Hey everybody, I'm Joe Garagiola. Alongside me is Tony Kubek as always, as we get set to describe the action of this game. Gura for the Royals, and it'll be Tommy John for the New York Yankees. And Tony, I found talking to the Yankees, they seem to be not happy or complacent, but with all the injuries and Gossage and Jackson out of there, not too bad off where they're sitting right now.
And Kansas City kind of happy, too. Whitey Herzog has done an outstanding job. His pitching has not been good. A lot of stars in the ball game today, but folks, if you have not yet heard the name, mark it down. A future superstar with a question mark at this point, Willie Wilson, hitting at .353. Some say he might be the fastest man in all of baseball. Turned down 200 major college scholarships for football and basketball. He's got 25 stolen bases, the chance to be a superstar.
And he'll run if he gets on today. So there's the scene set. Gura against John. Look for Willie Wilson, and we'll be back with our game of the week right after these messages.
Here's to good friends. Tonight is kind of special.
Where's that husband of yours? Okay, watch your back. Coming through. Is that all you carried up? Is that all? This is Lowenbrow. So what are we celebrating? This is the second year we're sharing this house. I didn't think we'd make it through the second week.
When you want the taste of a truly great American beer, tonight, let it be Lowenbrow.
Yeah, I shouldn't say this, because you might think I'm serious. But here's to good friends. All right.
Excuse me, sir. Do you know that peanuts can make your face feel better?
Peanuts?
Here, try some.
What's that?
Track 2, the only leading shave cream with peanut oil.
Peanut oil in a shave cream? Hey, it feels creamier.
That's because peanut oil is one of the best moisturizers you can use on your face.
It feels good.
That's track 2, moisturizing your beard so you get a better feeling shave. Excuse me. Oh, I did you already.
Track 2, made from peanuts for a better feeling shave.
Who offers more kinds of tires than Goodyear?
Nobody.
Who sells more tires than Goodyear? Nobody. Who has more values than Goodyear? Nobody. Especially now, while Goodyear's offering super summer savings on the custom polysteel radial. We put over 20 million of these gas savers on the road in just 4 years. Now we're putting them on sale till June 16th. Now that's value. Okay, who satisfies more than Goodyear?
Nobody.
Nobody offers more than Goodyear.
On Sports World, top women gymnasts compete in the USGF Nationals. Then it's Friendship Cup weightlifting, plus the 200th running of the English Derby, and the fittest of them all, tomorrow.
Well, the ground crew, there you see George Tome in the yellow shirt and his crew behind the tarp. Larry Barnett just asked him to get behind it. They're getting ready for the rain. He's a stickler about this. He said at 1:15, but so far, the weatherman has missed by a little bit. The Kansas City Royals have taken the field. There's Larry Gura. Here's the way the Yankees will line up. Mickey River, the catalyst, will lead off in center field for the Yankees. Willie Randolph is at second base. Batting third, Munson. Munson will be behind the plate. In right field in the cleanup spot, Lou Piniella. At third base, Greg Nettles. Nettles hit a big home run in the 10th inning to win a ball game, and what a game they had here last night. The designated hitter is Darrell Jones. Jones, the designated hitter. Chambliss is at first base. Roy White is in left field. And Bucky Dent is the shortstop. And Tony, there's some speculation as far as the Yankees are concerned in that lineup as we look at the Kansas City defense. We'll get into that in a minute.
All right, there's the defense. The man in left field with all the speed, Willie Wilson. Amos Otis in center field. Al Cowens in right. Todd Cruz with a good glove at third base. Patek playing well the last 3 weeks at short. UL Washington at second. Brett is moved to first base today. John Wathan catching. And Larry Gura is the pitcher. Gura with an outstanding start. His last outing against the Yankees back in New York. Best outing in the last year.
So here's the first pitch, and let's see if Rivers takes a home run swing. He'll shorten up as if to bunt and takes it high. Ball one. Mickey Rivers. Hitting .285, 3 home runs, 17 runs batted in. Rivers, he's the catalyst. He makes it go. Ball 2. When he plays, he usually hits, and the Yankees usually win.
And Herzog is hoping that he's got the same kind of man leading off for his lineup as Mickey Rivers, and that's Willie Wilson, who's been on the tear.
Backhand play by Washington. They get him.
Herzog playing a defensive unit today with Gura. He will throw a lot of ground balls. UL Washington going far to his right. The field is slick, artificial surface. It rained overnight. It rained sometimes during the game yesterday, so the ball will really scoot. Was it Sam Jones? The toothpick in the mouth? UL Washington's got one cocked in the corner of his mouth.
Here is Willie Randolph.
Look at him.
High and tight. Ball one. Randolph hitting .257. No home runs. 19 runs batted in. Curveball is a strike. Behind the plate is Ted Henry. Fred Spence at first base. Larry Barnett's at second. Jim Evans is at third. 3 and 5 for Gura. That complete game that you saw was against the Yankees. It was a 3-1 victory. He beat Luis Tiant it was Tuesday night. Allowed only an unearned run. 3 hits, 2 walks, struck out 3. His best start of the season. Right.
When you got two pitchers like Gura and John facing each other, the chances are, if they stay around a while, you might get a quick game. They're around the plate. You'd better hit your way on. You'll see a lot of ground balls.
There's another one.
Watch this arm. They're raving about Todd Cruz. He's a shortstop, but they got him from the Phillies. Bird went over to the Phillies, and he has some kind of arm. Did you see him showing it off in infield practice, Joe?
Oh, it looked like somebody was pouring milk from third base to first base. All you could see was this white streak. When the Royals and the Yankees played that 2-game series in New York last Monday and Tuesday, today's starting pitchers, John and Gura, Tony was talking about just a moment ago about being around the plate. Each pitcher worked a complete game and won it. John won it 8-3 on Monday, and Gura 3-1 on Tuesday, as Munson takes a strike. Munson had a slump last night. He was 0 for 6.
Hit the ball hard 4 times. The first 2 times up in a double play, then he lined out twice.
Munson is hitting a .309. Ground ball. Patek, long throw.
Oh, Freddie's out.
Nice play by Brett. Got the short hop. 3 up, 3 down. So we go into the bottom half of the first inning. Yankees nothing. Kansas City coming to bat.
For higher gas mileage, come to Chrysler. Chrysler Corporation is #1 in gas mileage of the big 3. When comparing models with standard engines and transmissions, Chrysler has 12 the top Toyota Celica in estimated miles per gallon, 4 the top Ford or GM's best mileage car, 5 the top gas engine Rabbit, and nobody has more models with estimated 25 miles per gallon than Chrysler. Want higher gas mileage? See your Dodge or Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
You know, sometimes you just don't like the finish on something. And that's the best time to reach for a Black & Decker finishing sander, because they're the best-selling line of finishing sanders in America.
At up to 10,000 orbits a minute, they'll take on paint, rust, rough wood, or any unpleasant finish and get rid of it.
There. Now that's what I call a nicer finish. When America has a job to do, it reaches for Black & Decker.
Here is the lineup for the Kansas City Royals against Tommy John. Willie Wilson leads it off in left field. UL Washington is at second base. Amos Otis is in center field. George Brett in the cleanup spot at first base. Al Cowens is in right field. Darrell Porter, the designated hitter. John Wathen is the catcher. Fred Patek, the shortstop. And Todd Cruz is the third baseman. We take a look at the defense. Tony, there was talk before the game, I referred to a little bit earlier, that maybe Benitez would be in the lineup, or even Cliff Johnson.
I got to believe before June 15th, the Yankees are going to pull a trade off. Don't know specifically what for, but with Benitez, they got him to play the outfield against left-handed pitching. White is sitting a little over 180. You got to believe Juan would want to be in there.
There's no soap opera drama going on with this Yankee ball club, but Juan Benitez, this is what I found out today, just kind of snooping around. Tony and I were sniffing sweatshirts, as they say. And Benitez's agent went in to talk to the Yankees about being traded. They're not playing me, so get me traded. And the Yankees supposedly said a flat out, no, we need you, but they're not playing him. So maybe the what is it, boiling water?
I don't think they're happy with Juan because he's a little bit overweight. He won a Gold Glove a couple of years ago. There's the bench. Cliff Johnson not playing today either. You'd think the trouble Yankees have had with left-handed pitching, and Gura is on the mound today, that they'd get a couple of big right-handed bats in there, like Johnson and maybe Benitez, but not so. Tommy John. What an outstanding start he has had. His parents here today from Indiana drove all the way to see Tommy pitch.
He's got his little nephew as the bat boy, too. I think it's Chris, the little blonde-haired boy, was in a Dodger uniform. I said, hey, what did Dodgers do, trade you? He looked at me and he said, no, I came over on my own.
The only pitcher in the major leagues in double figures. With 10, Wilson will bat from the right side, which is his natural style. He began switch hitting 1977 in the minor leagues.
He's 6'3", 190 pounds, turns 24 on July 9th, born in Montgomery, Alabama, and he now lives in Summit, New Jersey, and his wife, Kathleen. There's a strike. He was the Royals' top June draft pick in the regular phase in 1974. Pull foul. He is considered by many to be professional baseball's fastest player. Solid defensive performer, exciting base running artist, and that came right out of the yearbook. Tommy John. That's the way to keep him from stealing right there. 3 pitches, 1 out. First strikeout for Tommy John.
Well, he's wincing out of the mound. Looked like Tommy's having a little difficulty getting loose.
He's one of those smilers, though, Tony. Remember Bob Keegan, the Yankees had, always looked like he was smiling at you. Here is U.L. Washington hitting .255, no home runs, against Tommy John, who leads the major leagues in wins with 10, leads the starters in earned run average of 1.90. There's the perfect pitch. Tommy John low and outside.
Already Washington questioning the baseball. What it was, they are not going to look. Yeah, they are going to look at the ball. UL Washington already wants to see the ball. Tommy John, like Don Sutton of the Dodgers, has been accused of cutting a baseball.
Oh, they say he's got a file in his glove. Others say that he uses his belt buckle. When you throw a sinker and you're winning, they're going to say a lot of things. Low, 1-1. But, you know, in a situation like that, the threat is as good as the pitch. If they think you're doing it, you're ahead of them.
His ball really moves, not only downwardly, but also out of the strike zone, will tail away severely to right-handed hitters. It was a breaking ball.
What did he call it? He didn't call it anything. Threw 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Dodgers lead, top of the first. They came up with 2 runs. They're leading over the Cubs 2-0. A threat of bad weather there also. How about Lopes? Does he have 15 home runs now? It's amazing.
Kingman.
19.
Kingman with 19 leads the National League. Lynn leads with 15. Singleton has 14. Schmidt has 17 in the National League. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
The Royals are trying to slow Tommy John down. They've asked for the ball. UL Washington taking time to get in, trying to upset his rhythm.
Outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Greg Nettles. In time. 2 up and 2 down. 1 strikeout and a ground ball. I tell you, as Amos Sotos comes up, it's a shame that everybody can't hear Whitey Herzog do his imitation of Casey Stengel in regards to hitting against Tommy John. It was really something. Whitey was talking about, well, I'm going to make him try to lay off that ground ball and make him hit the fly ball. He had old Casey down pat.
Got a collection of beautiful pictures of a great article on his wall. As did Billy when he was managing the Yankees. Darrell Johnson. Seattle now. All proteges of Casey Stengel. Those are just a few.
1 ball and no strikes on Amos Sotos. Fouled out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Otis hitting .308, 5 home runs, 33 runs batted in.
I think an amazing stat that almost, well, the outs so far this year that Tommy John has got, almost 60% of them have come on the ground. You want to go up there and swing because you know he's going to be close to the plate. He's not going to walk too many.
Take a look at that.
Total outs, 299. Look at the percentage of ground ball outs, almost 60%. 6 of 10.
Straight away center field, but Rivers is there. So, 3 up and 3 down for Kansas City. We complete 1 inning of play. It's Yankees nothing, Royals nothing.
If your lawn's a jungle, your string trimmer better be a Home Light. Gas power to outwork, outreach, and outmaneuver any electric to cut a wider swath. And advance cutting string automatically at a trigger's touch. The Home Light gasoline string trimmer at only 7 1/4 pounds. King of the jungle. So advanced, it could only be a Home Light.
The best pictures happen only once, and the SX70 sonar knows how to get them. With this single lens reflex, sound waves whip the lens into perfect focus. An electronic brain sets the f-stop and shutter speed. It's all automatic. And in minutes, my pictures are part of the party. Polaroid's SX70 sonar. Of all the fine cameras, this is the world's smartest.
I shopped around before I came to Midas. I went to this gas station and said, "Is your bargain muffler guaranteed?" He says, "Then it wouldn't be a bargain." So I went to another station and said, "Is your bargain muffler guaranteed?" He says,
What's the matter, pal? Don't you trust me?
"What looked like a bargain was no bargain. Midas gave me a good price and a guarantee. If anything goes wrong, they replace my muffler free as long as I own my car. It pays to Midas size."
On NBC's Game of the Week, see the explosive Kansas City Royals battle it out with the Milwaukee Brewers, or see the Orioles face hard-hitting Roy Smalling and the Twins next Saturday.
It'll be Lou Piniella, Greg Nettles, and Darryl Jones. And our baseball next week, Baltimore at Minnesota. Those amazing Baltimore Orioles and equally amazing Minnesota Twins. I'm really anxious to see that game. Roy Smalley leading the league. Will Fong around second base have really been something. Orioles 35 and 21. They lead Boston by a game, Milwaukee by 4, and Minnesota 2.5 games behind the California Angels. They're 30 and 24, 6 over 500. So it'll be Baltimore at Minnesota, from Minnesota, or the California Angels and the Detroit Tigers. There's a fastball that's high. Those Angels in first place, and the Tigers, boy, can they score runs. Kemp is having a big year. Those kids around second base. That's next week. Check the listings in your area for the game. Baltimore against Minnesota, or California and Detroit. Larry Gura with a count of 1 ball and 1 strike, no score, top of the second. 2 balls and 1 strike. And we're certainly happy that today's game is being televised in the Kansas City area by WDAF TV Channel 4, which will be the originating station for Royals baseball next season. There's a strike, and certainly would like to thank the Royals for requesting to have the local blackout lifted for today's telecast. Thanks to Mr. and Mrs. Ewing Kaufman, Joe Burke, and the rest of the Royals organization and WDAF TV Channel 4. Gura just blew it by him. That's as hard as I've seen it go.
He will get some hitters out with that fastball, because you start looking for that little turned over fastball or screwball and sinker, the slow curve. You'll get hitters out with a hard slider and that fastball.
Tony, you were talking about Mr. Davy Lopes. Look at that on the ticker.
Another one. Was that
16th in the first inning with nobody on.
What a pace.
Davy Lopes. Here is Greg Nettles. Nettles hit a big home run in the 10th inning, and they got the shift on as it misses the curveball. 3 infielders to the second base side, and there you see them.
There are just a couple of other teams that do that. Earl Weaver will do that on occasion with Nettles. Left-handed pitchers, Nettles is trying to go a little bit more to left field. That's why his average is a little better this year. He's trying to wait longer on the breaking stuff. But he can still turn it and pull the ball on you, as he showed last night.
When they talk about this Yankee ball club, they talk about Rivers being the catalyst and Munson being the guts. They refer to Nettles and Jackson as the strength. The strength of the Yankee ball club.
Reggie on the 15-day disabled list. Pulled a muscle after he made a catch jogging in. Or part of his calf.
That was a good pitch right there. 2 strikes. Gura had that pitch just out of the strike zone, but too close to take and not good enough to really hit. That's what a waste pitch is really supposed to do. Waste is a misnomer. It should work for you. Jammed him. Amos Otis is calling for it. 2 outs.
A.O. he's had a good start. He and Collins, before he got beamed, carried this ball club early on.
Here is Darrell Lee Jones, an outfielder. He's got a younger brother, Lynn, outfielder with Detroit. He was 28 years old yesterday. He was brought up last week after 7 full years in the minor leagues. In 1978 at Tacoma, hit .322.
He sneaked an important base hit in yesterday, too, that just dribbled between Patek and Brett. Keep a rally going. Pinch hitting.
Takes it inside, ball 1. He hit .321, 9 doubles, 1 triple, no home runs this year at Columbus before they brought him up. Broke in 1972 at Aniata, hit .300. Has a quick bat, is what they're saying. There's a strike. The on-deck batter, Chris Chambliss. Randy Gumpert, a former Yankee pitcher, signed him. Turned it over, a little bit of a screwball, and young Jones, Darrell Jones, does kind of a little tap dance with that left foot of his before he begins his stride.
It's one of the big differences, I believe, these days, hitting in the minor leagues and then you get to the major leagues, Joe. You learn to hit that fastball. When you get up here with the screwballs and forkballs and the change of speeds on curves and the guys turning the fastball over, that's what they're going to, a tough situation they'll make you hit. They're not going to give you the fastball. They know you can hit that or you wouldn't have made it through the major leagues and hit well.
An oversimplification is control of the strike zone. That's the difference between a minor leaguer and a major leaguer, be it a pitcher or a hitter. Jammed him. Oh, base hit all the way past Cruz. He nonchalanted, and Jones is going to go into second base. He jammed him and got around on it. Looked like it's going to be a routine play, Tony.
Sure did. He got the big hop. We'll see it again. Third base umpire is calling it fair ball. Cruz, who they've raved about with his glove, scored it as a base hit.
Boy, I tell you, very charitable double. It's a good start for Jones, though. He's now 3 for 5 in the American League. Here is Chambliss. That's a first base hit off Gura. Cruz seemed to be waiting for the ball. Wonder if he thought I was going to hit the bag.
Don't know.
2 outs. Jones at second. Chambliss takes a strike.
Gura, since coming over, they're going to have some sign changes with a man down at second base, I believe, to get their switches right.
He got crossed up a little bit.
Think so?
Yeah, because he wasn't sure. He didn't shift out there, and he's going to make sure because it's an easy way to get a pass ball. I wouldn't worry too much about Jones. He's so happy to be in the big leagues and so happy to be at second base. I doubt if he'd be trying to steal signs.
Correct me if I'm wrong, which I am oft times. If you're a catcher and you call a fastball,
yes,
the guy crosses you up through a curveball, that's no problem.
No problem.
But if you call a curveball and the guy throws you a fastball, you're in trouble.
You order 4 beers by holding up just 2 fingers.
And you chase back to the screen.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly what you do. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Gura's been outstanding, Joe, excuse me, in this ballpark since he came over from the Yankees.
Well hit. There she goes. That's a 2-0 ball game way back there. Home run. No doubt about it.
Well, 2 earned runs for Gura, unless that scoring decision has changed. It would have been the 3rd out if Cruz had gotten the big hopper. It was scored as a double, a hit. They become earned instead of unearned.
That's the 8th home run of the year for Chris Chambliss. And Al Collins could do nothing but watch it sail over the double fence, over the 385 marker. And there you see the Yankee bench, Chambliss, Guidry, Piniella, as Roy White steps in and takes it outside for ball 1. 2-0. Yankees have taken the lead. Gura retired the first 5 men and a double and a home run, and he's trailing 2-0. Curveball misses.
started to say before that home run by Chambliss how well he pitches in this ballpark. Since he came over from the Yankees, he has been 17 wins, Gura has, and 2 losses here at Royal Stadium. On the road, he is 14-12.
Down the right field line, Cowens is there. He makes the play. That ends the second inning, but the Yankees on a home run. His 8th home run of the year by Chris Chambliss. Yankees 2, Royals nothing.
A relief pitcher has always got to reach back for something extra. Take the bottom of the 9th. Score tied. 2 on, 2 out. Now the batter thinks I'm going to throw him my hard slider. But I reach back for Levi Garrett chewing tobacco. Taste that fresh Levi Garrett flavor one time, and you'll know why it's one of the fastest growing brands of loose leaf chewing tobacco in the country. It's my brand. Make it yours.
Some guys never learn. They're still taking it on the chin. Gotcha. Norelco offers the Norelco rotary razor. Not 1 or 2 blades, but 36 blades inside 3 adjustable floating heads and a unique shaving angle for a very close shave without a nick or cut. So say hello to the Norelco rotary razor and say goodbye to Gotcha.
How do you spell relief?
When I get acid indigestion, I spell relief R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
Rolaids spells relief. Clinical tests prove with Rolaids you get relief Tums can't beat. That's right, relief Tums can't beat. In fact, relief no other leading antacid can beat. How do you spell relief?
For heartburn, I know. R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
Relief no other leading antacid can beat.
Hi, I'm Brian Gumbel. The United Nations has proclaimed 1979 the International Year of the Child. NBC Sports proudly joins in this celebration saluting the children of the world.
That's our low home plate camera right behind, and a lot of scouting is done for her. The man in the blue jacket is Steve Busby, one of the Royals pitchers. He is charting pitches for Splittorff, who is scheduled to pitch tomorrow. Splittorff went home with the flu. Busby has had some kind of recovery, knee surgery. What, rotator cuff? Is that the dreaded injury that a pitcher, they say you never come back from, but he has pitched well this year. Been a struggle for him.
He's quite a young man, Steve Busby.
Oh, boy,
I was in the elevator with him yesterday, and I said, boy, I really admire you for the way you've battled back. He said, well, it's been frustrating, agonizing, but I'm glad to be here.
Here's a kid, by the time he was 21, what a prospect he is, that pitched 2 no-hitters. And then the arm problems. But he's coming back.
So we're in the bottom of the second. 2-0. The Yankees are leading, and George Brett. Billy Hunter, the Rangers manager, says he's just the best player in the American League today. A pure hitter. Saw a quote in Peter Gammons' column about all the injuries to Kansas City, and he quotes Orioles general manager Hank Peters as saying, now you know how dominant George Brett can be. He can keep you in a race, and he's done just that.
He plays through injuries. He had that surgery on his thumb, and he keeps on playing. Look out.
2 balls and 1 strike as he lost control of that bat, and here's another look at it.
Tony Oliva used to do a lot of that. Maybe a little pointer for kids that you don't strangle that bat. You can see, you let a bat go like that, it means you're not strangling the bat. You got a kind of a loose grip on it. When you make contact, those hands will tighten up. Makes it a little quicker. You hold your hands a little more relaxed.
George Brett hitting .322, 7 home runs, 31 runs batted in. Leads the American League in total bases with 128, and leads from triples with 8. He had 1 of them last night. Takes it low as 3-1. Boy, remember that playoff game he had against the Yankees. He was going to do it single-handed. George Brett draws the walk. Tommy John, a pretty good control pitcher. He's only walked 15 batters in 99 2/3 inning this season. Average of 1.4 per 9 innings. Last year was 2.2, which was 6th among the National League starters. Lifetime rate is 2.5, so it's a rarity when he gives up a walk, but he just did, and here's Al Cowens.
Tommy John, a guy that you don't mind hitting a run against. He has a sinker. You know he's going to throw you a ground ball. Munson's shoulder might still be bothering him. Brett has 9 stolen bases. Let's see if Herzog starts a runner. He likes to run, likes to hit and run.
Brett doesn't have much of a lead. Can measure it here because of the artificial surface. And there's a sinker that misses. I don't care. There you see Brett. I don't care who the sinker ball pitcher is, but all managers say the same thing in the meeting. Make him bring the ball up. Make him bring it up. Base hit to right field. Brett will stop at second. Howens has the first hit off Tommy Johns, and Kansas City has it going.
And you can bet any chance these Royals get on the bases with their team speed, they will try to take advantage of the Yankee outfield throwing arms. White in left, Rivers in center. Piniella has the best in right field of the three.
That brings up Darrell Porter, who is the designated hitter. Porter is hitting .299 with 6 home runs and 42 runs batted in.
He bunted against the left-hander Cott yesterday with a man on in a close ball game. Let's see if he does it now.
Big open stance.
I would think, Joe, with the threat of rain, Herzog might want something early with no outs and have him bunting. A hit.
One all the way. Ball 1. Yankees lead 2-0. We're in the bottom of the second. The 2-run homer by Chris Chambliss. Nobody out. Brett's at second. Howens at first. Off the handle. 1 out. Back to John. A double play. 3-6-1. You don't see that too often.
That is an outstanding play by Tommy John to get over. Many times a pitcher will drift over, hit hard. Chambliss on a slick artificial surface really battles it. Bent, the shortstop, waits till Tommy John gets over. Now he unleashes the throw, and John is standing there. A lot of pitchers will take it on the run, and you've got to lead them, and you throw it wild. That was an outstanding play by John.
I say that 70% of the pitchers will be taking it on a run. 20% of the pitchers would be spectators. Only 10% would be standing there like John did.
That's why he wins that extra game or two during the course of the year, backing up bases.
Brett's at third with 2 outs, and John Wathen, the catcher, takes ball 1. Outside ball 2. The good winners, the big winners, the successful pitchers do the little things. They're able to bunt to move the man over. They cover first base. They feel their position. Ground ball. Randolph has it. John's going to get out of it. Royals, after putting the first 2 men on, do not score. We complete 2 innings of play here, and it's New York 2, Kansas City nothing.
I got held up every morning, waiting for my roll-on antiperspirant to dry. Look, roll-ons go on wet. Later, they still stick to your shirt. So I got on the stick, Menon Speed Stick. Speed Stick is solid deodorant, an even effective layer of deodorant protection that goes on dry. So dry that Speed Stick never sticks to your shirt. So don't get held up. Get on the stick, Menon Speed Stick.
Here's to good friends. Tonight is kind of special.
Where you been?
Well,
it wasn't easy getting tickets for this game.
Here, Bob.
Teddy, I know exactly what I want. I want the biggest steak you got and a bottle of Lowenbrow.
Steak and Lowenbrow.
Dolan, you're a genius.
When you want the taste of a truly great American beer, tonight, let it be Lowenbrow.
Here's to the chef. Here's to the bartender.
Want high gas mileage? Come to Chrysler. Chrysler Corporation is #1 in gas mileage of the big 3. Of all conventional pickups with an optional V8 and automatic transmission, Dodge D100 has the highest EPA estimated gas mileage. Of all small pickups with a standard engine and optional automatic transmission, Dodge D50 has the highest EPA estimated mileage. Want a pickup with high gas mileage? Come to Dodge. Chrysler is #1 in gas mileage of the big 3.
On Sports Sunday, live final round coverage of the LPGA Championship. Then it's Sports World with women's gymnastics, Friendship Cup weightlifting, the English Derby, and more tomorrow.
Another big weekend of sports here on NBC. Following our game of the week, you'll be watching the LPGA Golf Championship from Kings Island in Ohio. And then tomorrow, it's just a big afternoon. Sports World has quite a lineup. It'll begin, well, let's go down with the final round of the coverage of the golf tomorrow. 2:30 Eastern time. And then at 4:30, 1:30 Pacific time, except in Los Angeles where it's 4 o'clock. And there's a high fastball to Bucky Dent. We're going to have the USGF National Gymnastics Championship women's finals from Dayton. You'll also see Olympic class weightlifting in Leningrad, the 200th running of the English Derby, and the finale of the fittest of them all. It's Golf and Sports World tomorrow on NBC.
A veritable potpourri of sports entertainment.
I tell you, that LPGA is going to have some kind of finish.
I guess.
3-0 is a strike.
Who's the gal? I'd never heard of her. I hate to admit it, but I'd never heard of this gal that's leading.
6 years on the tour, Geraldine Fritz. She shot a 64 on Thursday, and she's got a 3-shot lead over Joanne Carner and Donna Capone Young. High bouncing ball. Cruz, watch his arm. Quick flip. He gets him easily.
Cruz came over from the Phillies when Patek had shoulder problems and back problems. This kid filled in. He's moved to third base today, and Herzog wants to get a little defense in his lineup. He's been hurt by errors. And there's a guy that can play defense, even though he made it costly. Well, it was a hit, but we think it should have been an error.
Here is Mickey Rivers. He bounced out his first time up. Strike one. You know, there's something about an honest answer from an athlete, Tony, and I want to get back to this Geraldine Fritz, who's leading the LPGA. At least she was this morning. Rivers takes strike two. After she shot the 64 and she saw her name as the tournament leader, she said she walked up to the first tee and looked at her hands and they were shaking. She was that nervous because she just wasn't used to it. Rivers lines a base hit to center field.
Bailed out, he still got it. He gets looked like a curveball or slider up. Rivers, who is swinging and running, just managed to get that bat on it.
That curveball, it was a curveball only because you signaled number 2, but it really didn't snap off. It was just a hanging roundhouse job. Willie Randolph, one man out. Rivers at first. Randolph bounced out third to first his first time up. Draws a throw.
Mickey has really not been stealing many bases yet. A severely pulled or torn hamstring muscle. He's stolen just 3, been caught 4 times. But he is gradually recovering from that pulled muscle.
One ball. I tell you, Tony, the lead he's getting, he's not about to steal off Gura or Watham unless it's a real bad pitch, because he's not getting off very far at all. You can measure it by where the artificial surface meets the dirt. Most of them get at least 1 foot on the artificial surface. Rivers is at least 2 steps back. You can see he doesn't have much of a lead.
Rivers had his best stolen base year when he was over playing for Whitey Herzog in California, or Whitey was at California, when he was running on his own. He hasn't done that for Billy Martin nor for Bob Lemon. They give him the sign when they want him to go, or they tell him when to hold up.
Gura. There he goes. Hit and run. Hit deep. Cowan's giving it a chase. Oh, this chase. It's off the wall. It bounces into the stands for a double. So Rivers will stop at third. He just stuck his bat.
You can't tell me that ball is juiced up. He was fooled. He stuck the bat out, and that ball went 375 feet. That's Willie Randolph, who is a strong kid, but not with that kind of swing. He got out near the fence.
No, he didn't go into that ball. He put that bat out there like he was going to try to punch it, and he about punched it into St. Joe, Missouri. That ball is really souped up. I bet you can pick up that baseball he hit and feel the heartbeat.
And it was a little bit of a break for Kansas City up to this point anyway, because Rivers might have scored on the hit and run if that ball stayed in the ballpark. There's the lamp, Bob Lemon. Dent.
Poster boy. Bucky Dent has a poster out. Gene Monahan, Jay Johnstone, our lineup reader. The Yankee bench. They lead 2-0, and they're threatening here. One man out, base runners at second and third, and Thurman Munson, who was described as the guts of this Yankee ball club. It It is a curveball that misses.
Munson has been disappointed in his RBI production, Joe. He's driven in just 23. He's got 1 home run. They tell me his knee is bothering him again, which brings up the question after a night game last night, a long night game. He's catching today, and with the knee problem, I gotta believe, well,
you gotta believe there's a trade going on.
I don't know. I gotta believe he should be DHing today instead of catching. But if 10 innings yesterday,
Randolph's at second and Rivers is at third. If they were going to showcase somebody, let's say Johnson was trade material, he's showcasing by playing him. Not necessarily for just Kansas City, because there's all kinds of super scouts in the stands. Outside, first base is open. Gura is not going to give Munson anything too good to hit. Munson looking at third, you know he's got the green light, and Larry knows that. So the pitch he'll make here will be a Hall of Fame pitch. Way outside. No way he was going to let him hit. That's one of those intentional, unintentional walks.
Gonna take his chance getting Pinella to hit in a double play, which he has done a little bit of this year. Here comes Galen Cisco, the pitching coach, and Galen Cisco's got to be going up a wall because this ball club was supposed to be built around their pitching staff. But their earned run average for the team, the Royals, is 4.39. Gale has had a rough start. Gura has had a rough start. Raboski out of the bullpen has not been good. Leonard had a bad arm. You go on and on with it.
This telecast is presented by authority of Major League Baseball and is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience, and any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or the use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of Major League Baseball is prohibited. Bases loaded. 1 man out. Pinella. Strike 1. Pinella played for Kansas City for 5 years and hit .286 when he was here. A good high ball hitter.
Interestingly enough, that bullpen for Kansas City is not yet going.
Base hit up the middle. Rivers scores. Randolph's going to score. Munson heads for third, and nobody was there, and it goes into the dugout.
And Gura got there too late. He pounded on the mound a while after the base hit got by his glove. The third baseman, Cruz, was in the wrong position. He was in a cutoff position. That's the first baseman's job between the pitcher's mound. Cruz wasn't there. The bag was open. The throw came in with no one covering the bag, and Gura, by hesitating, he might have saved the ball from going in the dugout. You see Larry come into your picture right. Well, not yet, as Ferrara said. There it goes. Gura was beating the mound because he thought he should have had the ball hit up the middle. Now we're going to see, we've got a conference with the umpires in front of the mound. They're going to send Pinella an overthrow to third base. He was on his way to second, so he gets that base plus the additional base on the overthrow. It'll be scored as an error, unfortunately, to the center fielder.
Third baseman, Greg Nettles.
The scoreboard had an error on the second baseman, but we're going to have to find out officially. Here is Greg Nettles. 5-0. Strike 1. Pinella's at third. 1 man out. Tell you, boy, that looked like a little league play.
That can happen when you play people in unfamiliar positions. Cruz is a shortstop. He's playing third, and he was improperly positioned.
The center fielder gets the error, Tony.
Right over the bag. Amos Sodas bounced it, but no one was there. So Cruz really, although he didn't get the errors, but instrumental. He didn't get either errors, instrumental in some of the Yankee runs today. Double.
Would that be a case for that thing they're trying to come up with, a team error? Not just give it to an individual?
Yeah, how do you give that? That might be Dick Young and Jack Lang are guys, writers from New York, who've suggested that for many years. And they're talking primarily about that ball that gets lost in the sun, that pop-up. This might be a case, because how do you give that error to Otis? I mean, a perfect
error.
play. He threw where he was supposed to.
Gura, he's going to have a double play. He's going to race into the bag. Nobody there. Cruz was out of position and didn't get back there.
It was the shift again. Cruz was playing almost toward the shortstop, and when the ball was hit, He can't get back in time to third base, so Gurra's going to take it himself. Had Piniella hung up. Cruz is there now, but too late. Poor Larry Gurra. Look at this. What a try by Gurra. You talk about pitching in tough luck.
Boy, he has had a tough luck. I tell you, it's 5 runs on the scoreboard, but Chambliss hit the ball hard, Rivers and Randolph, but that double by Darrell Jones before Chambliss' home run was one of those Christmas gifts. And this inning, he even thought himself he should have had Piniella's ball, and then they start throwing the ball around, looked like a fire drill, everybody running around, nobody stopping the ball, ended up in the dugout. So Gurra's had a tough time of it, and he's trailing 5-0. There are 2 outs, and here is Darrell Jones.
I recall the last time we saw him pitch on the game of the week up in Boston, and there were a lot of close calls. The amateur umpires were still working, and he was getting behind hitters, which was unlike him, and he didn't pitch that badly that game either, although I believe he got the loss.
Inside. And we talked about that to Whitey before the game. A fellow like Gurra, or Tommy John for that matter, they've got to get that low strike, that corner strike. 5-0. Yankees lead with Piniella at third base. 2 balls and 1 strike. Boy, we saw 2 pretty good dives getting ready for the Olympics. Gurra and Piniella. Maybe we should save that for when we do our coverage of the Olympics.
Yeah.
Put it in there and say, oh, you guys not so good. Look at Piniella and Gurra in a baseball game. 2 balls and 1 strike. 3 balls and 1 strike. Let's pause briefly for our station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
WDAF TV4, Kansas City, Missouri.
Lou Piniella is at third base. 3 runs are in. The Yankees are leading 5-0. We're in the top of the third. Off the end of the bat. So it's a full count. Joe Garagiola with Tony Kubek here in Royal Stadium. As we look at Fred Spinn, the first base umpire. And next week, Baltimore, Earl Weaver and his crew against Minnesota Twins, Gene Mock and Roy Smalley.
Mike Marshall. And he's been instrumental in so many of the games they've won.
Gurra strikes him out. That ends the inning. Second strikeout. Tough inning for Gurra. Tough inning for Kansas City. We go into the bottom half of the third. It's New York 5 and Kansas City nothing.
We all had athlete's foot.
Yeah, burning, itching, peeling.
The works.
And Desnex helped clear it right up.
Students like these took part in recent clinical studies that once again prove if you've got athlete's foot, don't blame Desnex. More proof on top of years of clinical evidence that shows Desnex is highly effective against athlete's foot.
Desnex really worked for us.
So if you've got athlete's foot, don't blame Desnex.
Hey, Waco, Texas. Who introduced the radial tire?
He did.
Hey, Gloucester, Massachusetts. Who makes only radial tires?
He does.
He's the Michelin man. And at Michelin, we put you first. That's why we won't make a second-best tire. Because the only thing more important than our tires are the people who ride on them. Hey, Laguna Beach, California. Who's the fastest-growing tire company in America?
Michelin.
At Michelin, we put you first.
Doesn't come off.
This thick Rise lather holds so strong, these men can't even shake it off.
I can't even throw it off. Nothing is happening.
This Rise lather holds strong to your finger, just as it holds to every whisker in your beard. Rise is thicker than the leaning foam. Rise keeps working hard, so your beard comes off easy.
This is incredible.
Rise holds so strong, your beard comes off easy.
You're looking at one of the more picturesque sights in the ballpark. The beautiful fountains here at Royal Stadium. Very beautiful setting here. They have fountains in center field. Great fans. Hello, NBC Sports. Seattle, huh? Fresno, Memphis. Well, Seattle, that's where the All-Star game will be. And we'll be covering it. You'll see it right here on NBC. A lot of great sporting events coming up.
That's the freeway just beyond the grass in this ballpark and the scoreboard.
Highway 70, right to St. Louis.
Right to the hill.
Right to the hill and see my brother. Fred Patek leads it off. Los Angeles 2, Chicago batting the bottom of the first. Sutcliffe against Lamp Lopes a home run. That's his 15th home run in his last 27 games. He is on a rampage. High, ball 1. Mets 2, Houston, nothing. Bottom of the third, Andujar against Swan. Houston, they've won 9 out of 10. Popped up along the third base line. Looks like there's going to be room, and Nettles makes a fine play.
Is there anything he cannot do with the glove? He's talking to Phil Pepe, one of the writers who travels with the McGall Club every day, and asked him, hey, your unbiased opinion, you see him. Is he better than Brooks, better than Clete Boyer? As Nettles goes to the stands for the pop-up, he said, well, I can't say he's better than, but they weren't any better than he was. He just goes so well either way.
He's amazing. And I tell you, he's something on a ball club. Here is Todd Cruz outside, ball 1. They call him Puff because he's got a great sense of humor, and he starts things, then he disappears. There's the strike.
You know, I asked Pepe who he'd pick for the All-Star if he had to vote. Brett or Nettles? He said, I really couldn't tell. He said, but I'll tell you one thing, Nettles is not only playing defense, but as you indicated earlier, Joe, he's really hitting the ball well.
Bucky Dent in time, and Cruz is out. Cruz, a youngster, only 23 years old, born in Highland Park, lives in Detroit.
Looking at the #1 defensive team in the American League statistic-wise, and that infield's a big part of it. Nettles, Dent, Randolph, Chambliss is steady. They don't make many errors.
Willie Wilson, who was out on strikes. Strike 1. John has thrown 5 grounders so far. We're going to take a page out of the late and great Casey's book. That's what he called them. Throw those ground balls. Low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Let's watch the follow-through position of Tommy John. You can see the ball went outside, and he's breaking toward the first base side because he figured that's where the ball would be hit. Bobby Shantz would do that so well. You get a guy who can feel well up the middle. As a shortstop or second baseman, you can cheat a little bit away because you know they're going to get any ground ball up there.
One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Fouled out of play. The Royals, you know, you talk about power, and sometimes when you talk about power, people just think about home runs as being power. But these Royals hit a lot of doubles and triples, so they have good power as you look at the bench. Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and it's an interesting battle here. And so far, John has the upper hand with a 5-0 score, but it's a sinker baller against line drive hitters. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, when you look at the Yankees' power, you would automatically think, hey, they score more runs. But before today's game started, the Royals had scored 299 runs, the Yankees 248.
High, 3 balls and 2 strikes. There you are. Look at that. 1976 doubles, triples. Led the league. Dent. In time. 3 up, 3 down. Another ground ball. So we complete 3 innings of play here. It's the New York Yankees 5, Kansas City Royals nothing. And we'll be right back after these messages from your local station.
Death walks the decks of a luxury liner. Claude Akins, Frank Converse, and Patty Dugaston search for the killer on board. Tuesday.
Since 1959, Mike Turner has bought 5 cars, 3 refrigerators, 4 TV sets, and 1 lawnmower. A commercial Yazoo. How many mowers have you bought so far? Maybe you should buy 1 more. A commercial Yazoo. In residential use, it should last you a lifetime.
The sooner you get down from there, the sooner we can get behind a couple of beers. All right.
Boy.
Sunset.
The time of day when you don't just reach for a beer. You head for the mountains. Boy.
Nice talking to you too, Carl.
Carl? Was that Carl Klinghammer?
Yes, sir.
Well, we haven't done business with him in ages.
Oh, yes, but I call him just to keep in touch.
Hold it, Kramer. You called an inactive customer, long distance, just to keep your foot in the door?
Well, yes, sir.
Nice idea, Kramer. I can see why you set all of the sales records around here.
Long distance. It's the way to get things done today.
Down Home Country Entertainment, today at 6.
That statistic really tells a story. During the regular season, 76, Kansas City 7-5. 77, they were even. 78, 6-5, Kansas City. But in the playoffs, those Yankees are in the championship series. Those Yankees, so they play about even. They get right down to it. They just can't get over the hill.
Guy at the bat right there had something to say. That first year in the playoffs,
Oh, did he know? Chris
The home run.
Chambliss, yeah. How about Brett?
Yeah.
Series he had. Whitey was talking about the importance of a bullpen in the short series. Chambliss takes outside. Of course, the importance of a bullpen. In fact, they asked Whitey Herzog, who's one of our favorites. He's so darn honest about everything. He said, what does it take to be a good manager? He said, a sense of humor and a great bullpen.
Yeah,
outside.
He said if he'd had Gossage over the last 3 years, he'd have been riding into a World Series. There's Yogi. How come we waited so long to get a shot of Yogi?
I don't know. He was out there mighty early. He got out there plenty early. Sure hope that our good friend Elston Howard is feeling better. Ellie had to make a return trip to the hospital, but we understand he's feeling much better, and we miss him. There's the strike to Roy White. Roy White flied to right. Five-0 Yankees lead. We're at the top of the fourth. Popped up. And UL Washington at second base, and now Brett, and look out.
They kind of looked at each other, and then the wind started drifting the ball to second base. Kansas City, second last in the league defensively.
They've got some action in Chicago. Let's go to Chicago for an update.
This is Charlie Jones and Wes Parker. We would like to watch the half of the country that has been looking in on the Kansas City-New York Yankee game here at Wrigley Field. We have a 3-3 tie between the Dodgers and the Cubs. Davey Lope started it all off in the top of the first with a solo home run. Reggie Smith in a double, Steve Garvey with a single and the RBI. In the bottom of the first, the Cubs came back with 3. Dave Kingman is the hitter right now. And Rick Sutcliffe comes inside. In the bottom of the first, Sizemore was on in a walk, Buckner single. Kingman with a single up the middle in the RBI. Jerry Martin with a single and 2 RBIs to make it a 3-2 ball game. In the top of the second, Thomason had walked, Ferguson had later single, and Sutcliffe then squaring to bunt. The Cubs with a play on. The shortstop, De Jesus, breaking to third. Sutcliffe with a single from the spot that he left, picked up the RBI and tied it up. Now, while we have a little bit of an equipment repair, let's go back to the top of this inning, the top of the third, when Reggie Smith singled to start it off. He was then thrown out at second. It was a hit and run. Garvey was on first, hit by a pitch. And then Ron Say, a line shot to Dave Kingman, who made a good defensive play deep and left. Garvey did not re-tag the bag at second. After passing it and returning to first, Sizemore picked it up on the appeal. They got him on the double play. So we're now in the bottom of the third inning. Sizemore with a single off of the glove of the pitcher. Buckner a fly ball to right. And Kingman the batter, and the count is 2-0 to the leading home run hitter in the major leagues, Dave Kingman.
Garvey's situation was not as flagrant as the classic story of not touching second. The runner went from first to third.
discovered the ball was caught and then cut across the pitcher's mound to get back to first.
Yeah, it's a lot quicker that way. Strike call, 2-1.
And folks, that actually happened in a Major League Baseball game, although I do not recall the particulars.
Kingman's RBI in the bottom of the first. His 46th of the year. He is second in the National League in that category as Sizemore was scampering back to first base. Bottom of the third, one away and a runner at first. And a 2-1 count to Dave Kingman.
Rick Sutcliffe, the rookie pitcher for the Dodgers on the hill today, has been just as important to them this year as Bob Welch was last year, as the Dodger pitching staff has just been riddled with injuries.
He comes high, 3-1. Of Dave Kingman's 19 home runs, 15 of them have been here, 4 on the road, and 16 of the 19 have been hit during the day. Pitch. Could be 2. There is 1. They turn it. Double play. Now part of the country will be going back to the New York-Kansas City game. The rest of you stay with us here.
We're still 5-0 here. Yankees leading, and we'll be right back after these messages.
I use a Gillette Good News twin blade disposable razor.
I use a one-blade disposable.
Good News has 2 micro smooth blades, 2. And 2 blades shave me closer and safer than any one blade disposable.
This has 1 blade. 1. And 1 blade doesn't shave me as close and safe as his 2-blade Good News. I'll get Good News.
Gillette Good News shaves closer and safer than any one-blade disposable. Good News, the best disposable razor you can buy.
This car uses special racing tires, special brakes, a custom engine, but the shocks are regular Gabriel Red Riders with the working parts you'll find in every Red Rider. 9 valve stages give Red Riders more consistent operation when the going's rough. Many other shocks use only 6. The purpose? Better handling, better control, whatever car you drive. Gabriel Red Riders.
This is force. Up to 500 pounds of it. That's the kind of torture a running shoe has to take with every stride. These are the shoes built to take it. The amazing new USA Olympics. Built to take the pounding, cushion the shock, and provide the comfort. Stride after stride, mile after mile. USA Olympic joggers, only $17.99, and only at JCPenney. They're built to take it.
See exciting live coverage as defending champion Nancy Lopez shoots for her 4th consecutive tour win in the prestigious LPGA Championship later today and tomorrow on NBC.
UL Washington leads it off here in the 4th inning. Side ball 1. In that top of the 4th, Chambliss walked. White popped to the second baseman. Chambliss stole second as Dent was batting, and Dent flied to right. Chambliss held it second, and Rivers flied to right deep to end the inning. So Yankees had a walk but did not score. Here's a 2-0 pitch. 2 balls and 1 strike. LPGA golf coming up. I tell you, Geraldine Britz, she shot a 64 Thursday, 72 yesterday, and 136. It's a 3-shot lead. Joanne Carner and Donna Capone Young at 139. Ground ball. Randolph has it. And Joanne Carner, it's amazing. She's won 23 tournaments, tour tournaments, and she's yet to win the LPGA, so she's battling for that. That'll be an interesting battle.
Nancy Lopez, the defending champ, she had a little bit of a bad round, didn't she?
Yeah, but you know, she's trailing by 8 shots, but she had a quote. She says, I shot a 65 here last year, so I'm not out of it yet. There you see the scores. Foul out of play, Amos Otis. Otis lined to center field his first time up.
He went into yesterday's ball game and Had an 0 for 16 streak going till he hit that home run to help get the Royals back in the game. They were down 10-5 last night to the Yankees, and then they tied it up. Lost in the 10th on the Nettles home run. The only difference is today Tommy John is pitching.
That's right. You know, that air that Otis got is kind of sticking in my craw a little bit. I believe I say it's undeserved. I'm talking like a fan now, and the reason I say that because he did what he was supposed to do, and that's throw it to the base, and nobody was covering. It went in the dugout, so somebody has to get blamed, and he got blamed outside. But the reason it sticks in my craw because that's only his second error of the year, and he led the American League outfielders last year, and he only made 2 errors all year. So to give him that error, that's kind of tough.
Last couple of years, he's played center field as well as anybody. His job was challenged by Willie Wilson 2 springs ago. Really seemed to be bearing down harder. An outstanding year last year. This year again, he's had a good start.
2-1 pitch, fouls it back. He's also become kind of the elder statesman. I know young Clint Hurdle, who suffered the disappointment and broken heart of being sent back, but I liked what I read where he'll be back. He's too good a ball player. I mean, he is a major league player. They just want him to play more. Otis gave him some great advice upon going down. Go down and bear down. Have a good year. Hot smash, base hit for Amos Otis.
He almost got that. Nettles came within, I don't know, 6 inches, a foot of getting that hard smash. It was almost directly at the shortstop. The shortstop hole. He didn't get it, but look at how far he goes. Look at where the line is and where Nettles went and almost got the ball. Show the outstanding range. And this is artificial surface where the ball really scoots.
It brings up George Brett, who walked his first time up. Carlton Fisk has hit his first home run of the year in the 3rd. Nobody on. Yastrzemski had one earlier. It's 5-0 into 3. Boston over Minnesota. And Tommy John makes the tag. Somebody call him.
Sprained ankle here, too.
John may be hurt. John's limping.
After he made the tag,
Nobody
he tagged him. He tagged the runner. Somebody's got to call him out.
No, they finally called
Home
him out.
plate umpire Ted Hendry said, yes, he did. He hit him on the hip. Here it is again. You see very clearly that Tommy tags him as Brett tries to avoid the tag. And then when John tried to stop on the artificial surface to see if the runner was going to run the bag at second, you see him twist that ankle just a little bit. There it was. Right ankle. His mind's always in the game. That'll show you how. As soon as he made the tag, he's looking for the runner at second base.
Whitey Herzog came out to discuss it with Ted Henry. There was a lot of indecision between Henry behind the plate and Fred Spen at first base. Usually it's the home plate umpire supposed to have the play from the plate to first base, and the first base umpire from then on, the right field foul pole. They both stood around and didn't give any sign, and so nobody knew what was going on. It's the old umpire thing. It ain't nothing till I call it. That's what it is. And he finally called it. Here's Al Cowan, single to right, his first time up. 5-0. Yankees lead. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Low sinker foul tip.
Al Collins has really come back after that beating. You can see the protective device. Well, it's on the other side of his face, facing toward the pitcher. He got beamed in the face by Ed Farmer. Same game that White was put out with a broken bone in his wrist.
Well hit, base hit, left field. Here comes Otis, and it's a 5-1 ball game.
Collins has really been on a rampage since coming back, and he admits also, you were talking a while ago about the young gal golfer, Brits, being nervous. He said he was nervous the first plate appearance, but he said, I'm forcing myself to hang in there. Lost 10 pounds. Drinking malteds through the straw. He said, I never thought I'd dislike malteds. It's all I could drink.
Darrell Porter pulls it foul, strike 1. I'll tell you, it's good to hear people when they give you honest answers like that, like our friend Geraldine Britt saying she was nervous, Cowan saying he has to force himself. Everybody has a choke point. Courage is controlled fear. You're scared, but you got enough courage to see it through.
Oh,
deep to right field. This may be out of here. Way back. Home run. He hit a ton. The crowd loves it. It's a 5-3 ball game. I tell you, no lead is safe. Two good hitting ball clubs. 5-3 Yankees lead, and home runs are a rarity as far as Tommy John is concerned. Inside, ball one, John Wathan. John giving up only 3 home runs in 99 2/3 innings before today, and there's another base hit.
Looked like Porter might have hit a breaking ball. I think something that has gone somewhat unnoticed, Darryl Porter, that's Wathan and Boris, the first base coach, but Porter, now with 44 runs batted in on the year, is leading all major league catchers in runs batted in. Talk about if you're looking for somebody to vote for, you hear the names Fisk and Munson and Sundberg, but that guy's having a pretty good year, Darryl Porter.
I tell you, this all-star voting, there's so many cases you can make as we look at Fred Patek. Strike one. Smalley. Well, Bucky Dent is leading Smalley by 44,000 votes, I think. And Smalley is third because Patek is second, and Patek is really not having that good a year. Fouls it off his helmet. And I did a radio show on it, and my point being, Carlton Fisk was leading the catchers, and he hasn't played. I said, if it means that you don't have to play to make an all-star team, I'll make a comeback.
For example, Patek has not played well defensively this year. He has the last few weeks. But Freddie's hitting .230. Dent has played a steady shortstop, but he's hitting .239. Smalley's leading the league. You never hear of him.
5-3. John lobs one over there. Baylor leads the American League and leads the major leagues in runs batted with 56. Lynn has 49. Bakhti and Porter now have 44. Patek is out on strikes. So that ends the inning, but it's a good inning for the Kansas City Royals as they pick up 3 runs. A 2-run homer by Porter, the big blast. We complete 4 innings of play here. It's New York Yankees 5, Kansas City 3.
I'm bringing an appetite, wearing a smile, 'cause you got so many good things to eat. And when I top it off with Tasty Freeze, it's more than a meal, it's a treat.
Right now at Tasty Freeze and Big T family restaurants, we're preparing all your favorite cooking with a little something extra. A good old-fashioned Tasty Freeze dessert.
It's more than a meal, it's a treat.
For higher gas mileage, come to Chrysler. Chrysler Corporation is #1 in gas mileage of the big 3. When comparing models with standard engines and transmissions, Chrysler has 12 the top Toyota Celica in estimated miles per gallon, 4 the top Ford or GM's best mileage car, 5 the top gas engine Rabbit, and nobody has more models with estimated 25 miles per gallon than Chrysler. Want higher gas mileage? See your Dodge or Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
These are just some of the stars who appeared in the first 49 Major League All-Star games. You can be part of baseball's historic 50th All-Star game. Ballots are free at any major or minor league ballpark or at any retail store featuring a Gillette All-Star display. Balloting ends July 4th. Be sure to get out and vote.
The preceding announcement was furnished by Major League Baseball. Yankees 5, Royals 3 here in Kansas City, and they've got some action over at Wrigley Field in Chicago. So let's go to Chicago and Charlie Jones and Wes Parker for an update on what's happening between the Chicago Cubs and the Los Angeles Dodgers.
We want to welcome those across the country that have been watching the Yankee-Kansas City game. Here in Wrigley Field, we're in the bottom of the 4th in a 3-3 tie. And the pitch is outside to Jerry Martin, and he walks. So here's the situation in the 4th. Bobby Mercer opened with a single, then stole second. That is his first successful steal of the year, being thrown out 3 previous times. Jerry Martin then walks following the full count. That is the second walk that Sutcliffe has given up. So the Cubs now with runners at first and second, and the hitter is Steve Olivares, the third baseman, as Tommy Lasorda, the manager of the Dodgers, looks on. Throw to second. And they have it.
Good pickoff play. I'm surprised Bobby Mercer went for this. Bobby Mercer, who's been around a long time, gets fooled here on a nice pickoff play. I'm also surprised he didn't slide. I think he just got totally fooled by this move by Sutcliffe.
Bill Russell covering the bag at second, one away. Martin, the runner, at first. The first pitch to Oliveira. Strike. Steve struck out his first time up on a 1-2 pitch. A switch hitter started the day hitting .286 from the left side and even .300 from the right side. Inside, almost nicked him. And now half of the country will go back to Kansas City.
Okay, Charlie Jones. Thurman Munson has just lifted a high, lazy fly ball to Willie Wilson in left field. Willie Randolph opened the inning, and he bounced out to the shortstop. So there are 2 outs, nobody on.
And Larry Gura hanging tough. Yankees 5, Royals 3. We're in the top of the 5th.
So Lou Piniella, who drove in 2 big runs, and he was the man who hit the ball when Otis got that error, hit a ground ball up the middle. So Gura, 2 outs, nobody on. 5-3. It is coming down. The rain. Hot smash. Knocked down by Cruz. Bad hop. Can't make a play. Base hit.
The ball hit the seam. It was hit hard right down the line. Ball hit the seam between the dirt and the artificial surface. It bounces back and a little bit up. Maybe we can see it. Hit the seam. Hit him off the heel of the glove. It's got to be scored as a base hit.
So here is Greg Nettles. See the umbrellas in the background. Foul tip. Is it umbrellas or umbrellas?
I don't know.
I say umbrellas. My Gina always says it's umbrellas.
I know the word has a Spanish derivation.
I didn't ask you that. 2 outs. Fastball misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mets 2, Houston nothing. They're in the bottom of the 6th.
There you see all the bumper shoots.
Oh. Fouled out of play. Listen, I got to let you people in on it. Tony didn't come up with that. The producer, George Finkel, and the director, Harry Coyle, sent up the word bumper shoot.
I'm not that clever.
They split the word. That's right. George said bumper and Harry said shoot. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Greg Nettles waiting. Outside.
Well, this field has been a little bit slick from the rains, but as the rain starts coming down a little harder, anything hit to the outfield or infield is really going to take off. That's a little more of an advantage to Kansas City. They're used to it.
Fastball misses. 3 balls, 2 strikes. You know, given that Houston Mets score, boy, certainly congratulations to young Joe Niekro. Brother, is he off to a start.
The shutout yesterday?
Yeah. Niekro 9-2, and at Lacoste 7-0. Time call. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The top of the 5th, Yankees lead 5-3. Porter has a home run for Kansas City. Chambliss, there goes Piniella, of course. Ground ball. Brett will take it himself. Steps on the bag. That ends the inning. So we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. It's New York 5, Kansas City 3.
To drive through dirt and dust, good filters are a must. You can trust AC.
Thanks, AC.
Trust those filters by AC.
Sure glad I installed new AC air and oil filters before we get into this mess.
I bet AC helps protect those babies too, huh, Dad?
If they're smart.
George! So when you gotta go, we're the name to know. You can trust AC.
Thanks, AC.
Trust those filters by AC.
Thanks, AC.
Trust those filters by AC.
When you shoot a lot of pool and bars, you want to stay fast and loose, and you don't want to get filled up. That's why I drink light beer from Miller. Got a third less calories than their regular beer, and it's less filling. Plus, the taste is great. And even though a lot of people don't think pool is strenuous, let me tell you something. You can work up a real good thirst, even when you're just showing off.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
The race for the 1980 Olympics has already begun. The games in Moscow are just the last lap of a long, grueling race that's going on right now. We've got the talent, but we need your support, because America doesn't send athletes to the Olympics, Americans do. Don't let our team get caught short. Send a contribution to U.S. Olympic Committee, Box 1980C, Cathedral Station, Boston. For contributions of $25 or more, you'll receive this gold-plated medallion. This message sponsored by the U.S. Olympic Committee and NBC.
We'll give you a chance to go grab a pencil, and after the first hitter in this inning, we'll give you that Olympic address again. There you can see on the warning track how the rain is starting to build some puddles. Gets to be a treacherous area down the foul lines. See, those two youngsters came prepared, along with most other people with their umbrellas up. Yankees 5, Royals 3. We're going to the last of the fifth. It'll be the number 9 hitter for the Royals, Todd Cruz. Then he'll be followed by Wilson and Washington. Except for the home run by Porter in the last of the fourth for Kansas City. A typical Tommy John game. 8 of the 12 outs for John. Ground ball outs. Cruz grounded to short back in the third. Pretty steady drizzle here in Kansas City. We've had rain here the past few days. Parking lots have been flooded. So drive-in theater underwater on the way out to the ballpark. Hit hard. Dent battles on the slippery turf. Good throw. He gets Todd Cruz.
I tell you, some of the movies those drive-ins are showing, that's a pretty good idea to have them underwater.
There's Bucky. He's playing Cruz up the middle. That ball almost gets by him as it starts really taking off on the artificial surface. The Yankee defense, inner defense, is outstanding. Guy right there may not cover as much ground as some. He plays almost every single day, and he gets everything near him. 1 ball, no strikes. Willie Wilson, he is struck out and grounded out. 1-1. Yanks, as we mentioned, lead the American League in fielding. Also in double plays. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Wilson. Steve Boros has kept the stopwatch at times. He's one of the coaches on Willie Wilson. And he's timed Willie Wilson from the right side in 3-8 down to first base. Also Ron LaFleur from the right side in 3-8 down to first base. Wilson from the left side, Joe, you talked about his speed earlier, on a drag bunt has been timed at 3.3 seconds to first. But everybody still talks about, and Tom Greenwade, in the test of this, he's the man that signed Mickey Mantle. Wilson goes down for the second time on strikes. Greenwade, Yankee scouts, and even in the major leagues, had Mantle in 3.1 seconds to first base in a drag bunt. Here's the strikeout. What a breaking ball. 2 outs to bring up UL Washington. 5-3, the Yankees over the Royals. Last of the fifth.
At LPGA golf, Tony, is going to be a shootout by the time it's over. Brits is 9 under, Joanne Carter and Donna Capone-Young 6 under at the end of 4 holes. And don't forget Nancy Lopez is the defending champion. She shot a 65 there last year.
Tommy John trying to pick up the pace, trying to pitch a little faster. Fouled off out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We're going to give you that Olympic address again. Remember, it's tax deductible. Send your contribution to the U.S. Olympics. Post Office Box 1980C, Cathedral Station, Boston, Massachusetts. Zip code 02118. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Yankees came up with 2 in the second. A home run by Chambliss. Came up with 3 more in the third. Kansas City with all 3 of their runs in the fourth. Home run by Porter.
That was a pretty good pitch. You saw Munson just put down 2 and then go to the outside part of the plate. He's going to try to go outside and hope that Washington gave up on the pitch and it would get the corner.
A catcher in Munson, or Yeager, when he was catching John over the Dodgers, sit on the outside corner. They sit there and he'll, as the players nowadays say, paint the outside corner with that sinker. And then as the player steps in a little bit more, the right hander, Tommy John will go 6 inches more outside. Then he'll move you back with a slider or fastball in tight. He's outside again. Hit to right field. So UL Washington battles Tommy John. He's on first base. And that brings up Amos Otis. 5-3. The Yankees lead. Otis has lined to center field, single to left, and he scored a run back in the fourth. He wants to look at the ball. I don't know if Tommy John would be easy for a catcher to catch, but, you know, he usually is around that target.
Oh,
He's got to be tough with the way that ball sinks. He doesn't throw that hard, but you set up outside, and he's going to be near that glove.
I don't say it's not going to hurt your hand, because I'm sure he throws a heavy ball with that sinker, but he would be easy to catch. The guys that kill you is when they make you feel like a yo-yo. You're up and down, or a gopher. You're in the ground all day digging them out.
Ground ball off the bat of Otis. Dent flips to Randolph, so Tommy John pitches out of it. After 5 here in Kansas City, the Yankees lead over the Royals 5-3.
Meet the only stealer with a tougher body than mine.
You're looking at one stealer that can dish it out, and one stealer that can take it.
Uniroyal presents the Steeler Radial. It's built tough with 2 steel belts, and it's tough to beat when you look at its price, from about $45.
When it comes to keeping his feet, there's only one stealer I can't beat.
The Uniroyal Steeler. You want a tough tire at a price that's fair? You want Uniroyal there.
Doesn't come off.
This thick Rise lather holds so strong, these men can't even shake it off.
I can't even throw it off. Nothing is happening.
This Rise lather holds strong to your finger, just as it holds to every whisker in your beard. Rise is thicker than the leaning foam. Rise keeps working hard, so your beard comes off easy.
This is incredible.
Rise holds so strong, your beard comes off easy.
On Sports World, top women gymnasts compete in the USGF Nationals. Then it's Friendship Cup weightlifting, plus the 200th running of the English Derby, and the fittest of them all, tomorrow.
Tomorrow on Sports World, 4:30 to 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 1:30 to 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. In Los Angeles, 4 to 5:30 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. The USGF National Gymnastics Championships, women's individuals competition. America's top Olympic hopefuls competing in the individual finals in Dayton, Ohio. Among the gymnasts you see, Marcia Frederick. You might remember that name from last year. The only U.S. woman to win a gold medal at the World Gymnastics Championships. Last year in the same competition, a perfect 10 score on the uneven bars. Other participants, Leslie Pfeiffer, Tracy Talavera, and Kathy Johnson, last year's U.S. all-around champion. And many consider Kathy Johnson to be America's best bet for a medal in Moscow. NBC will be there in the summer of 1980. It's just next year, isn't it?
That's when it is.
Whew. 6th inning. Larry Gura will pitch to Darrell Jones, Chris Chambliss, and then Roy White. 5-3, the Yankees lead over the Royals. Each team has 6 base hits. The Royals have not played well defensively, only 1 error. They could have had more. They have not helped Gura out. He might have been pitching one of those kind of games now where he's leading 3-1 or 3-2 with a little bit of support behind him. 1 strike on Jones. Watson sets up outside corner.
You know, that shot we just had of center field, Tony, it doesn't look like Jones can cover the outside part of the plate because he's got a closed stance when he starts, but when the pitcher just starts to deliver the ball, watch his left foot bail out.
Starts with a closed stance, as Joe said. Now he's setting up outside. He wants them to go with a bad pitch, and Gura hits the target. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Usually when a fella has an open stance, it looks like he's looking for that pitch inside, but Jones, he's bailing.
Ted Hendry, the home plate umpire. He pulled the string. It's fouled off out of play.
Watch his left foot. Now, there's closed, and he's way out here. That ball inside, he can handle it, but it'll have to even be off the strike zone. Off the plate.
Pretty much of a spray hitter, Darrell Jones. Does not have a whole lot of power. Gura with a breaking ball gets Jones for the first out. Now it'll bring up Chambliss.
Gura nibbling. He got the ball out of the strike zone. It's low. Breaking ball. Good pitch.
That's that tough breaking ball, left-handed and right-handed hitter. Tough to handle. Starts at your fifth and just dives down. Down and in. Chambliss with a home run. Back in the second, a 2-run home run. A walk in the fourth. He stole second base. 1 ball. Remember the name Tommy Hendrick. We both know him, and they always, well, they call him old reliable. You'd have to put that same kind of tag on this guy.
Oh,
Chris
yeah.
Chambliss, year in, year out, never says a word, drives in his 80 to 100 runs. Hits 280 to 300. Good breaking ball again. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Phil Pepe says that Roy White and Chris Chambliss are really the spirit of this Yankee ball club. Methodical, day in and day out, do you that good job.
5-3, the Yankees lead. Yankees in 1979, you can see what they have done against left-handed pitching. That's why they see so many. 9 wins, 13 losses, below 500. Splittorff was scheduled to pitch tomorrow for Kansas City. That would make 2 of 3 games a left-hander for the Royals, but he went home with the flu today. Doesn't look like he's going to make it. What they've done against right-handed pitching. 2-2. He gets him on a good breaking ball. So there are 2 outs. Looks like a slider, Joe. Something breaking.
It's in a good spot, Tony. There's the target low, and if he doesn't hit it, he comes awful close to it. I mean, it was a ball, and even if he hits it, he just couldn't handle. Look at that. Great pitch.
The old high and tight, low and away routine.
Oh,
go right to the Hall of Fame.
On the express.
Fastball in. Roy White fouls this out of play. There are very few hitters. Only the great ones can cover the entire plate against controlled pitchers. They might guess areas, try and look outside, inside, but if a pitcher can come up and in, back the hitter off, go down low and away, mix up his pitches, he can be successful. 2 strikes very quickly on Roy White. Gura back in the groove. Had a rough 3rd inning. One ball, 2 strikes. White has flied out and popped out so far in this ball game. Outside, then he comes in.
2 good pitches and 2 good shots. 2 strikes. He wants it to happen right here. Here's his pitch of decision. He set it up.
He just missed with a breaking ball. The count goes 3-2 on Roy White.
Real cat and mouse game going on here. Good pitching, good hitter.
Whitey Herzog stuck with Gura through 2 rough innings. He threw him a breaking ball, 3-2, that caught Roy White looking. What a super pitch. So Gura strikes out 2, all 3 strikes out the side. We'll go to the last of the 6th. It's the Yankees 5, the Royals 3.
Philadelphia Phillies. That's right. And what kind of aftershave you using these days?
I'm an Aqua Velva man, Joe.
Oh, that's right. A man wants to smell like a man.
Yeah, Aqua Velva's got a great clean fragrance. And it's cool and refreshing, too. And one more thing.
What's that?
There's something about an Aqua Velva.
Want high gas mileage? Come to Chrysler. Chrysler Corporation is #1 in gas mileage of the big 3. Of all the vans with optional V8s and automatic transmissions, Dodge B100 has the highest EPA estimated mileage. Of all conventional pickups with optional V8s and automatic transmissions, Dodge D100 has the highest EPA estimated gas mileage. Want a van or pickup with high gas mileage? Come to Dodge. Chrysler is #1 in gas mileage of the big 3.
State Farm Agent Ray Bernard.
As I say, the only thing we sell is service. The least thing I can give is to be nice along with that service. And when it gets to where I can't be just as nice to someone when they come in with a problem or with a claim as when they come in to buy insurance, then I better get out of the business or take a few days off.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wrigley Field. We're in the bottom of the fifth as Dennis Lamp, the pitcher, hitting in the number 9 spot. On a full count, a single up the middle. He's at first. Ivan De Jesus with a count of 2-0, and the Dodgers looking for the bunt. The ball game here tied at 3-3. Here's the bunt, and it is perfect. Only play is at first, and Lamp moves to second. So now with a runner in scoring position.
This bunt was laid right where you want it, down the first base line. The first baseman must hold the runner on. He cannot leave the bag, whereas the third baseman will be charging down. So you want to bunt it to first, where your opponent does not have a defensive player, and it was an excellent bunt.
So with Lamp in scoring position, the hitter will be Ted Sizemore. In the bottom of the first, he walked on a 3-1 pitch, and he ended up scoring as Kingman got the RBI. In the third, he singled and was cut down in a double play.
That's been mentioned before, but the first 3 Cub batters are all ex-Dodgers. Ivan De Jesus, Ted Sizemore, and Bill Buckner. There's nothing they would like better than to beat their ex-teammates. In fact, Billy Buckner, who's on deck, is hitting almost .400 against the Dodgers over the last 2 seasons.
Fly ball right field. Lamp will tag. He does not go. 2 away. And here is Bill Buckner, 1 for 2. He singled in the first, and he was aboard when Jerry Martin got 2 RBI. A fly ball to right the last time up. Sutcliffe fires, and it's popped up. Baker comes in and makes the play. And now part of the network will go back to Kansas City for that ball game, and the rest of you will stay with us here at Wrigley Field.
All right, Joe Garagiola, Tony Kubek back in Kansas City. There's your score. Yankees 5, Royals 3. George Brett leading off the 6th for Kansas City. Just hit a 2-ball, 2-strike pitch for a single to center field. Here it is. Mickey Rivers on this slippery surface keeps the ball from going in the gap. Nice play by Rivers. Gets the ball in very quickly to hold Brett to a single.
Lou Piniella has come in from right field. Appears to be all right, but he's walking in. He's
sunglasses, I believe, Joe. The sun, it has stopped raining here now, and the sun is beginning to peep through. So he wants some glasses.
Boy, that always reminds me of a time Billy Southworth managing the Cardinals, and an outfielder lost the ball in the sun. 2-base hit, called time, came in to get the glasses, and Billy had the case and said, it's going to cost you $500 for these glasses.
Uh-huh. The Yankees very quickly with the bullpen starting to throw. Ray Burris, a right-hander, and Jim Cott, a left-hander. 5-3, the Yankees over the Royals, the last of the 6th. Burris on your left. Al Cowens, 2 for 2 in the ball game. He has scored a run. A couple of home runs in the game. 2-run home run by Chambliss, a 2-run home run by Darrell Porter. See, Cowens' batting helmet has the normal flap, and then there's an extension that we don't see too well because it is a plastic that is attached, and you can see right through it. Cover that area of the jaw. He had a broken jaw. He had that chin wired. Now you get a little chance to see it, protecting that area. 1 ball, no strikes. 1-1. Yankee infield, a double play down. Boy, Randolph yesterday really had a tough time on this artificial surface. There's the protective attachment to Cowens' helmet. 1-1. Two balls, 1 strike on Al Cowens. Brett's at first base. John, the kind of guy that he likes to get hitters to swing at that pitch that starts about mid-thigh, and by the time you commit yourself and go after it, the ball's pretty close to your ankles. Cowan's trying to go with him to right field, hits it out of play, foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. George Brett at first base, being held by Chris Chambliss. See where Munson sets up. A 2-2 pitch. I can't believe he'll stick with that sinker ball. Brett at first. There goes Brett. Dennis covering, but the ball's fouled out of play. So Herzog down 2 runs. Starts Brett. Did you say he's from the old school, that guy right there?
Oh, boy. He's known, or he'd be in that category that used to be called hard rock. He's a rawhide, George Brett.
He dives in the dugouts, into the stands. He can steal your base, hit all around, pull the ball. He's holding this time. Tommy John goes inside. Now the count will go 3 balls, 2 strikes. Let's see if Brett will be on the move. I've got to believe that Tommy John, who is not a strikeout pitcher, that Herzog will start him.
Here's that situation where one pitch is such a big, big play. It could be a strike him out, throw him out, or it could be a first and third. He'll be running.
John has averaged just 3 strikeouts per 9 innings this year. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
You talk about a big pitch in the ball game. Tying run is at the batter's box right now.
Burris and Cott continue to throw for the Yankees. Brett's off. Fouled off by Cowens.
May have chased a bad ball.
That ball is so close to right around the knee level, Joe. It's so difficult for that hitter to lay off. So Tommy John, even though there are no outs, 3-2, he's going to make Cowens hit his pitch. He is not going to give in to the hitter.
The cliche regarding the good pitcher, you just don't give in to him. You challenge him.
10 wins, 1 loss. If you wonder where that loss came, there it is, running again, fly ball, right center field. Piniella, the easy play. Brett will have to retreat. The only loss for John this season was to Cleveland. He had won 9 games in a row, and then Cleveland beat him 8-4. May 26th. Now it'll bring up Darrell Porter, who caught a breaking ball in the 4th for a home run. Got the Royals back in this ball game. They still trail by 2.
Now, if you were Porter and you hit a home run off a curveball, would you be looking for a fastball?
I think off John, you always got to look for something down. Even if you're looking breaking ball, he goes with a breaking ball and he hits Porter. So Porter will be on base. Curveball that hits him right in the rump.
I love that. They boo, and he threw a roundhouse curveball that I'm sure if it had been thrown against a window pane, it wouldn't have gone ping. Here comes Bob Lemon out of the dugout. He wants to talk to John. That curveball didn't even rotate. It just started out and it squibbed.
He looked like he dropped down a little bit more sidearm than he's been throwing and tried to give him the old high school roundhouse curve. Lemon wants to know now. We don't know if John's ankle is bothering him when he twisted a little bit. The trainers looked it over. Gene Monahan very hard. Yeah, he's going to go to the right-hander. It looks like Ray Burris. And that man right there with the glasses, Bob Lemon, 9 years ago today, became the manager of the Kansas City Ball Club. He replaced Charlie Metro. He has just sent out the call to his bullpen to get Ray Burris with 2 men on and 1 out here for Kansas City. Here comes Burris. They got him from the Cubs. So John will leave. And although he cannot lose this ball game, he might not get the win. Right now with the score 5-3, the Yankees over the Royals. We're going to leave you, but we'll be right back after this message.
Every weekend, you go to war against an army of grass and weeds. To win the battle, you need the ultimate weapon, a Weed Eater brand trimmer. It mows, trims, and edges quickly and safely with nylon line. And our tap-and-go head extends the cutting line with a simple tap. So look for the Weed Eater brand, the ultimate weapon for people with better things to do than their lawn. See the yellow pages or call toll-free for your nearest Weed Eater dealer.
Whoa! Look at there. Munro's giving away $10. Just go to any participating dealer before June 30, make your best deal on 4 Radiomatic or Monroe Magnum 60 shots, and he'll give you $10. Let's get some and celebrate. Yes, sir, that's quite a deal.
That'll be $10.
Tex, better get 4 more shocks.
Sold out again.
The new improved Gillette Track 2, please.
Yeah, say, who needs improved when these twin blades will do?
Track 2 has micro-smooth edges. Makes the blade smoother than ever.
Shave better than these?
Better, safer, smoother, and comfortable.
Comfort, schmumfort, you don't have to, but...
Do you have the new improved Gillette Track 2?
Improved Track 2? Improved Track 2?
The new improved Gillette Track 2. Micro-smooth edges make it a better shave.
On Sports Sunday, live final round coverage of the LPGA Championship. Then it's Sports World with women's gymnastics, Friendship Cup weightlifting, the English Derby, and more tomorrow.
We're back in Kansas City. We're in the last of the 6th. The Yankees lead 5-3, but the Royals are threatening with 2 men out. Wathan, the hitter. Ray Burris, the replacement for Tommy John. 1 strike. 6th game that Burris has been in for the Yankees. Pitched 10 in the 3rd innings, 1-1 record.
Tony, going to take a look at the ball. Gives me a chance to give an American League score here. The Red Sox 7, Minnesota nothing in the bottom of the 6th. And for the Red Sox, their big guys are really hitting. Yastrzemski, the 2-run homer, is 10th in the 1st. Fisk, his 1st home run in the 3rd. Nobody on. Rice is 12th and 5th with 1 on. And Lynn hit his 16th.
1 strike pitch to Wathan. 1-1. You can tell when the Red Sox are playing up in Fenway, can't you? They start hitting again.
Well, they're hitting them.
Wathan is grounded out and singled. Burris just misses. 2 balls, 1 strike. Brett's at second, Porter's at first. There are times when you get into this situation where you might consider a left-handed pinch hitter, Pete Lecoq, for instance, but Darrell Porter's DHing today. He is the other Royals catcher. So if he would pinch hit for Wathan, he would leave the game, and that would mean Porter would have to catch it and lose your DH. The pitcher would have to hit. Right now, we're going to pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
WDAF TV4, Kansas City, Missouri.
Ray Burris, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out on John Wathan. Burris trying to pitch out of a hole with Brett down at second. The tying run, Porter at first base. Oh, he just missed outside. Munson held about a long time for home plate umpire Ted Hendry. Thought he had it. Now it's 3-2, 1 out. You start Brett and Porter. Porter not looking at the coach. He's looking at Brett to see if Brett's going to give him some kind of sign that he's on the move. Porter will be watching him. Hiller flashed the signs. He's the 3rd base coach. I gotta believe they're gonna go. They're moving. Fouled off, out of play.
And that fellow on first who's trailing the play, in this case Porter, he really has to hustle when the fellow on second, Brett, takes off. Sometimes when you trail that play, the fellow on second gets such a big lead, you don't have a shot for him, that some catchers will throw down to second base and get the other guy just lollygogging into second base.
You think the tendency would be more even with 1 out? You know, you don't have to get the lead runner because then you've got 2 if you get the guy at second. Because Porter's the slower runner of the 2. There are the leads. Brett at second, Porter at first. 3-2 pitch once again to Wathan from Ray Burris. They're moving again. Fouled off.
I'll tell you what's embarrassing is when you're the guy on first base and they give the guy the second steal sign and tell you to stay.
Oh, that never happened to you.
No, certainly didn't, Tony.
But the reason, even though Hiller might be flashing the steal sign to Brett at second, he may not get a good jump. He may fall. And if at first base you take off and the guy at second does not go, it can be embarrassing if you're both standing at second base. As a runner at first base, you are watching the lead runner. Make sure that he goes. Drill, right center field. Brett will score. Porter will go to 3rd base. The ball gets by Rivers. Here comes Porter. The game is all tied up. Wathan is charging for 3rd. He's got a triple. 5 apiece.
As Brett breaks, there goes Porter. And Waltham hits the ball in the right center field, plugs the gap, and once again, this is a good doubles and triples ballpark because it scoots as it hits the artificial surface, especially on a day like today when it's a bit wet. And Brett waved all the way in, and following the play, Porter, he came all the way around.
32 triples for the Kansas City Royals. That is tops in the American League. Now the Yankee infield with a 5-apiece ball game have come up to try and cut the runner down. Patek, a good bunter. He is fouled out and struck out. He's looking for a fly ball. Nice stop by Munson. He saved a run.
Oh, man, that looked like a Stanley Cup play right there. He just backhanded that ball and saved him, his ball club, a run. Beautiful play.
Munson has super quickness. All you got to do is get him on a handball court to find that out. I tried it. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Patek facing Burris, pitching from the stretch. 2-0. Chuck Hiller, the third base coach.
When a catcher makes a play like that, it gives that pitcher a little more confidence to keep that ball down. They have to get a ground ball here or a strikeout.
2 ball, no strike pitch. Hit to the right field corner, but it'll slice foul out of play. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Well, I got to believe, Tony, if they had any ideas about a squeeze play, this would be the pitch right here.
You bet.
Now, if you're going to pitch out and Munson's really in the jackpot, he can't really pitch out, would you knock him down or pitch away from him?
A right-handed hitter, ordinarily, you'd throw right at the hitter, make him get down, and in your position to make a tag. Patek fouls another one off to right field out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tommy John had the Kansas City Royals 5-0. And the Royals came up with 3 in the 4th, the Porter home run. They have scored 2 more in the 6th. Little pop-up, might be trouble. Walton's tagging up. Randolph playing, comes in. No chance for a play. Patek's going to try for second base. Here comes Rivers throw. Patek is out, but Walton scores, making it 6-5. The dangers of playing the infield in right there showed very well, as Randolph could not get back in time. Patek challenging the arm of Piniella.
Well, Mickey Rivers made a fine play, backing it up, and he really, when he gets the ball, he sizes up the plate at Patek. A bit on this side. Now he's in no man's land, and he's limping off. He's out by a good 15-20 feet, and Patek is limping off, being helped by the coach. It's his right leg that he's grabbing as he walks off.
Right hamstring area. If he did it when he slid, if he caught his spikes, or if he pulled it on the way. But he did a job. He got Walton home on a 2-ball, 2-strike pitch to give the Royals a 6-5 lead. Battle off a good pitch, high and tight. There's Whitey Herzog. Patek has had his injury problems this year. In spring training, he had a bad lower back problem. Then he injured his throwing shoulder. Getting the congratulations of Walton and Gura. But there are 2 outs, but the Royals now have the lead. And it's Todd Cruz facing Burris. Two balls, no strikes to Cruz. Cruz has grounded out twice. The Royals have been scoring runs this year, even though they don't have a lot of power. Cruz lofts this one to center field. Rivers with the glasses down. Burris retires the side, but not before the Royals come up with another 3-run inning. They now have the lead 6-5 here in Royal Stadium. And we'll be back after these messages from your local station.
On Little House on the Prairie.
Mary's getting married.
But Mary has serious doubts that could spoil her future happiness. Little House on the Prairie, Monday.
A lot of banks have new automatic transfer accounts, and they're all the same, right? Wrong. Compare Commerce Bank's combination account with the others, and you'll see some big differences. Savings and loans don't even offer this new service. Other banks have transaction charges. Commerce doesn't. And compare monthly service charges. As a rule, Commerce charges less. Why do we want you to compare? because a bottom-line comparison of Commerce Bank's combination account puts it on top.
Hi, Dave Sentry here to show you a real Sentry gift idea for Dad. The Rockwell 7 1/4-inch double insulated 1.5 horsepower circular saw. The rugged Rockwell saw is ball bearing constructed, has a large wraparound base and aluminum blade guards for extra safety. This Rockwell saw is an ideal gift for Dad. It's Sentry sale priced at only $34.99 at these and other participating Sentry retailers.
And tell them Dave sent you.
Gas. Its price keeps jumping higher and higher. Just when we need it, Datsun saves again with 16 new models. 16 that run on low-price regular gas. Choose your Datsun and save your money.
Put your money in the bank, not in the tank. Buy a Datsun. Datsun.
To save you money.
As we go to the 7th, Pete Lecoq has come on to play first base. Todd Cruz has moved from third to short to replace the injured Freddie Patek. And George Brett has moved from first to third. Gura, with a 6-5 lead, pitches to Bucky Dent. Dent, a ground out, and he also flied to center field. So Herzog sticking with Gura with his bullpen, not having a good year to this point. And Gura's now got a 6-5 lead. 2 balls, no strikes to Dent. 2-1. We thought at the beginning of the year that the strength of this Kansas City ball club, the 2 strengths would be their speed, which everyone knows about, and their pitching staff. They don't have a lot of power. Cruz with a good arm over the clock. Dent is retired. But the pitching has really suffered for the Royals. Splittorff has 8 wins and 5 losses. His earned run average, though, is fairly close to 4. Rodriguez is 4-1. He gave up the home run yesterday.
Leonard's got the bad arm.
Leonard threw about 70-75%, they said yesterday. He's got a muscle pull or injury in his right elbow. Breaking ball could be 2 for Rivers. He pulls it in the right field corner. Mickey going standing up. So with 1 out, he's on second, representing the tying run for the Yankees. Rivers with 2 base hits in this ball game.
He just makes it go. He's the catalyst. There's just something about him. There are players like that they just get it going for you.
Now it's Willie Randolph. Grounded out twice. He has doubled, and he has scored a run. And once again, we're seeing some action. They're taking the tarp off down in the Kansas City Royals bullpen. There's Rivers at second. Royals have 9 hits, the Yankees 7. The Royals lead 6-5. 1 ball. Rivers is beginning to limp a little bit again, Joe. I never completely gotten over that.
It's hard to, you can't always believe him. I never really taken that seriously. I know, I saw that bruise he had.
You mean if the ball's into the outfield, he's going to let it all out?
If he's got a chance to score, it's like when we saw him in New York. He's limping. He had a base hit inside and it looked like he'd made a left turn to Lourdes. It was a miracle. No problem.
1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out. Randolph hitting. Rivers at second. Well, if he does try anything, it's sharp into the outfield. You've got a super arm in right field and Al Collins. Otis throws very well in center, and they tell me, although we haven't seen him yet, Willie Wilson in left has an excellent arm. And the ball gets out in a hurry. Rivers had an idea to go, but then he bluffed and held up. 2-1.
LPGA coming up right after. They got a little shootout going over there. So you stay with us.
2 balls, 1 strike to Willie Randolph. Breaking ball, it'll go 3-1.
Geraldine Britz is still leading. We gave you an update earlier that she's being chased by Joanne Carner and Donna Capone Young and Now he's throwing that name, Nancy Lopez, the defending champion. So the golf will be following us right after the ball game. We'll be going to Kings Island.
There's Rivers at second for the Yankees. 3 balls, 1 strike to Willie Randolph. Royals lead 6-5. We're in the top of the 7th. He went to the breaking ball, 3-1. Now it's 3-2. He has such confidence in his off-speed stuff. Larry Gura. You got to believe Randolph was looking fastball, like most hitters would. 3-2 pitch. Went breaking ball, but he missed high. So now there are 2 men on for the Yankees with 1 out, and it's Thurman Munson. Munson is grounded out. Walked in the 3rd and scored a run. He flied to left in the 5th. Last night, first 2 times up, he hit into double plays, and that's what they're looking for right now, the Royals.
Tony, I have to believe that Thurman's up there setting himself, digging in, fixing his glove and cap, but thinking about what is Gura going to try to make me hit, and you know it's going to be a breaking ball. I've got to believe he's sitting on that breaking ball. If he gets it, he's going to try to hit in the right center field.
A pitcher like Gura, you can look breaking ball. He doesn't throw that hard. You still might be able to get around in the fastball. A little bluff to get Rivers back. Munson likes to hit the opposite way in situations like this. Try and stay out of a double play. Got a little bit of a hole between UL Washington and Lecoq. And strike.
Fastball right down in there, and he took it all away.
He was looking breaking ball. You're right.
Official word, Tony. Patek had muscle cramps in his right leg.
Mingori, a left-hander, and Rennie Martin, a newcomer, are throwing in the Royals bullpen. 1 out, 1 strike. The Yankees have 2 men on. The Yankees trail by 1. He was going to right field, but he fouled it off. You got to pitch up, Joe. One that he can get to the outfield. Now Gura's way ahead.
This is going to be an interesting battle with Rivers at second base. Randolph is on at first base, 6-5. The Royals leading. You got a smart hitter, a smart pitcher, and it's not so much heat against heat or power against power as it is cunning against cunning. 2 pretty good battlers out there now.
Just missed outside and low. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And categorize that as a fastball. It missed low and outside. When do you think he'll want his pitch of decision, here, or will he try to set him up with this pitch, make him chase a bad ball and nibble and come back and get him on the 2-2?
I go down in with a slider, try and force him to pull the ball.
I'd go sinker right on the outside corner.
Okay. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Gura battling Thurman Munson, or vice versa. There goes Rivers. The runner's line to Brett, but he drops the ball. He'll still have a shot at Munson. So he gets Munson at first. Munson hit the ball a ton. Brett was breaking to cover 3rd base, which is the only reason that Brett might have gotten his glove on the ball. With Rivers moving off second base and Randolph off first, Brett just had a chance to slap it down.
There you see it. Munson wasn't 3 feet from home plate when he knocked that ball down. Munson is now 0 for 3, combined with the 0 for 6 last night. He's 0 for 9, but you never saw a guy hit a ball as hard and not get a hit 9 times as bad as Thurman Munson. And Herzog is coming out. He wants to talk to Gura, and looks like they're going to make a change, Tony.
Well, they've got Piniella, right-hander, up. He has Martin, the right-handed pitcher, throwing. Looks like Rennie Martin, the newcomer, who has an excellent curveball, they tell us, coming in the ball game. Gura leaves. He did a good job. Royals lead 6-5. But Gura pitched much better than the 5 runs he allowed the Yankees. And we're going to leave you for these brief messages with the Royals leading over the Yankees 6-5, but they do have 2 men on base.
30 years ago, your father took you out on a hot summer's day and taught you how to dig for clams. Now that it's a job, the sun seems hotter and the day longer. But the clams you pull up through the mud and the water taste just as sweet. Now comes Miller time. Time to relax with a few friends and a glass of the best tasting beer you can find. Miller High Life, America's quality beer since 1855.
When it's time to relax, one beer stands clear. Beer after beer. If you've got the time, we've got the beer. Miller Beer.
BJ and the Bear find romance and robbery at a stunt show.
BJ! Murph and Luca got Aaron and the money.
BJ makes the leap to save the loot tonight on NBC.
We're back in Kansas City in Royal Stadium. New pitcher, Reedy Martin, Joe.
Tony, I got a final score here. The Houston Astros against the Mets. The Mets won that game 4-0. Winning pitcher Swan. The loser was Andahar.
Reedy Martin. His first name is Donald, but he goes by Reedy Martin. Does not have a very impressive ERA this year. It's almost 8. There's no wins, 3 losses, but 3 saves. But Whitey Herzog and Galen Cisco, the pitching coach, say that he has one of the best curveballs in the American League right now. He just needs the experience. They also add that it's just a shame he has to get in the big leagues. 6-5, the Royals over the Yankees. 2 outs. Yankees have Rivers at third, Randolph at second.
There it was. That was Uncle Charlie right there. I could see that curveball from up here.
Woohoo! Panella has struck out, single twice. There's a fastball drill to center field. Rivers will score. It's tied up. Here comes Randolph to throw. Not in time. The Yankees take the lead 7-6. So Herzog's ball club continues to have pitching problems.
Boy, I got to second guess this. Something awful. Fastball right down the middle. Panella, who is a good high fastball hitter. The kid just broke off a curveball that really looked like a dandy, and they come back with a fastball. I got to believe that Waltham wanted to waste that fastball and come back with the curve, but there's no way you can control where the pitcher's going to throw it when you have that inexperienced pitcher out there.
Panella with 3 hits in the ball game, and that was just a big one for the Yankees as he put them ahead. Nettles takes a breaking ball for a strike. Lou Piniella, 4 RBIs in this ball game today. And you know the Yankees miss Reggie Jackson's bat. When you can keep throwing bats like Munson, Nettles, Piniella, Chambliss, you got Cliff Johnson on the bench, Spencer, John Stone, and a lot of depth. Fly ball deep to left. Wilson drifts back. He gets it for the 3rd out, but the damage is done. As the Yankees now take the lead as we go to the last of the 7th, they lead over the Royals 7-6.
Bobby Unser, Richard Petty, Dan Gurney, Cale Yarborough. They put Goodyear's new Wingfoot radial through its paces.
It's quick.
Wingfoot, designed for the world's quickest cars.
It's a great road tire.
Built to give you a superb combination of handling and ride.
It really grips.
More agile, more responsive than any high-performance radial tire Goodyear has ever offered.
It's a winner.
Goodyear's ultimate handling option for your performance car. Goodyear's new Wingfoot radial.
It's a winner.
If you know someone who's still spraying it, help them out. Tell them to get on the stick with Menon Speed Stick. With Menon, you get effective deodorant protection. Speed Stick is solid. Nothing's wasted. It's a lot more deodorant for your money. You can buy this 3-ounce can of the leading aerosol, use it up, buy another, use it up, and buy a 3rd before you'd use up 1 2.5-ounce Speed Stick. So if you know someone who's still spraying, tell them to get on the stick with Menon Speed Stick deodorant.
On NBC's Game of the Week, see the explosive Kansas City Royals battle it out with the Milwaukee Brewers, or see the Orioles face hard-hitting Roy Smalling and the Twins next Saturday.
Next week, I'm going to remind you, 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, our ball games, you'll see that the Baltimore Orioles under Earl Weaver against the Minnesota Twins. Gene Mock has them in contention. Or the game between the California Angels at the Detroit Tigers with new manager Les Moss. 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We hope you'll tune in and be with us for Brian Gumbel's pregame show. And another interesting afternoon of baseball. Last to the 7th, the Yankees 7, Royals 6. Willie Wilson tries to lay a bunt down. Nettles was breathing right down his throat. Ray Burris, a chance to pick up a win here in the American League. There's Nettles way up in front of the third base bag. Hit to right field, so Wilson's on. Chuck Hiller, the third base coach, is the man who's really done a job over the last couple of years with Willie Wilson. He used to strike out about 3 times a game, and Hiller said to him, listen, just make contact with your speed. That's all you have to do. Forget about swinging for home runs. And he's been doing it. He's hitting .350. He also said Willie Wilson, anytime he gets on base, it's an automatic double.
He's got 25 stolen bases, 2 behind Ron LaFleur, who leads the major leagues with 27. Moreno leads the National League 22. And Wilson, he loves to run, and we're going to see it.
Yankees looking for a bunt. Nettles at third. But they may give Willie Wilson a chance to steal second base. Have UL Washington take, or at least decoy. Burst with a quick move to first base. You saw it right there.
I tell you, it's tough to throw with a left-hand batter when he squares around the bunt, because if he puts that bat about eye level, you have a tough time seeing.
Thurman Munson threw Willie Wilson out in Yankee Stadium on Tuesday. With the last to the 7th, Willie Wilson, in time in high school, the 9 400-yard dash. That was in sneakers. Tennis shoes, if you will. He's holding. Washington fouls it back. Guy in the insert of your picture, Willie Wilson, had 200 football scholarship to major colleges like Michigan, Notre Dame. Washington looking to Hiller for a sign. Wilson said that baseball was his 3rd best sport in high school. Also a great basketball player. Played on Jeff Torborg, the Cleveland Indian manager's team, over the wintertime. 1 strike. UL Washington. Nettles still looking for the bunt. Washington 1 for 3 in the ball game.
This is where that second place hitter, or the hitter behind a runner like Wilson, has to be patient and not get upset when pitchers throw over the first 4 and 5 times.
Wilson with a good lead. He's swinging. 1 ball, 1 strike to UL Washington.
Would you pitch out right here, Tony?
No. I don't think it does any good with a guy like Wilson. I think you got to let the pitcher do it all himself. Burris has a good move, a quick move to first base. The thing about Wilson is even if he doesn't get a good jump, he outruns the ball.
Well, I'd
Let's
pitch
see what
out.
happens. Is he going? Back.
There's no pitch out on if he's throwing to first base, I'll tell you that. Just hold him close and give you a shot. With a guy like Wilson, you need all the help you can get.
Ray Burris with a 1 ball, 1 strike count. No outs. Wilson at first. The Yankees lead 7-6. Wilson he started to go, but he didn't have a good jump, so he held. You could see him break, and Burris pitched very quickly to home plate. Now the count's 1-2.
He was about 2 steps on the artificial surface, and when he started, the foot that was on the dirt is the part that kind of slipped, and wisely he stopped. I'll tell you one thing, Munson wouldn't have stopped him with the novena, the jump he had.
Wilson with 25 stolen base, 2 behind Ron LaFleur of the Tigers. Kansas City Ball Club with excellent speed.
Boy, there's a great battle going on. I think this is what makes baseball so great. Here's Wilson. He's going to run. Burris knows he's going to run. Munson knows he's going to run. UL Washington has to be patient and protect. It's just like a lot of landmines out there.
And this is where the catcher becomes so important, because he does not want that pitcher's attention divided. You're going home, concentrate on the hitter. He can hurt you most. He's still got the bat. Breaking ball, drill to right field. So UL Washington on a 1-2 pitch sends Wilson to second base. There's still no one out. And up comes Avis Otis. First breaking ball thrown by Ray Burris to UL Washington. It was a hanger. He did a good job of hitting right there, Joe.
Yes, he did. I tell you, Burris bearing down on Wilson, bearing down on Washington. These Kansas City Royals, they score runs. The American League runs scored leaders. California, 306, and Kansas City, 299.
Now, A.O. Amos Otis is looking down the hill for the bunt sign. Munson, you could see him giving the sign to Nettles saying, watch out. They may be bunting, but if you break too soon off third, Wilson might be running off second base. Otis has speed at the plate. Wilson has speed at second. UL Washington can run at first. Nobody out. 7-6, the Yankees lead. I believe he was faking a bunt right there. I don't think he wanted to lay anything down. He may want to give Willie Wilson a chance. 1 ball to Otis.
Chambliss is coming hard, and Burris was coming hard, but Nettles was laying back.
Ray Burris over from the Cubs. There's the Yankee defense. Chambliss up close. They're in tight up the middle, trying to hold Willie Wilson on second base. And you got to believe everybody in that infield and Ray Burris is thinking about Willie Wilson. 1-0 pitch from Burris. Otis pops it up, trap. He didn't trap. Had a chance for 2 if he lets the ball bounce. If Burris lets the ball bounce, they could have easily gotten Willie Wilson off the base pass. Let it bounce on the artificial surface throw to third. You got the force out, and then you got the Otis at first base. Now they've got just 1 out and 2 men out, and Bob Lemon pops out.
He's going to make a change. He's already indicated he wants the left-hander. And Cott has been warming up out there.
Ray Burris had a chance to help himself out and get 1 extra out. He let the ball drop. It is not an infield fly in a bunt situation. Now on comes Jim Cott. He'll be facing George Brett. An exciting ball game in here in Kansas City. With the score, the Yankees 7, the Royals 6, and we'll be back after these messages.
My professional Nikon and I made history last year. Now my new Nikon, the EM, is making history. Simple to use, easy to afford. Just focus. If the light's bad, it beeps. Just turn this till it stops. Got it. The new Nikon EM. Affordable and practically foolproof.
Why just buy a camera when you can buy a Nikon?
Want high gas mileage? Come to Chrysler. Chrysler Corporation is #1 in gas mileage of the big 3. Of all conventional pickups with an optional V8 and automatic transmission, Dodge D100 has the highest EPA estimated gas mileage. Of all small pickups with a standard engine and optional automatic transmission, Dodge D50 has the highest EPA estimated mileage. Want a pickup with high gas mileage? Come to Dodge. Chrysler is #1 in gas mileage of the big 3.
Major League Baseball presents Big League Tips.
Here's how to figure an earned run average. First of all, take the total number of earned runs that you've allowed, say 20. You divide that by the number of innings that you've pitched, let's say 80. Now that'll give you a figure, 80 into 20, of .250. Now you take .250, multiply that by 9 to give you a number of runs per 9 inning. This would be 2.25. An ERA of that, you'd be pitching awfully well. Baseball fever. Catch it.
Major League Baseball. In other scores, Boston 11, Minnesota nothing at the end of 7. Yastrzemski is 10th home run in the first with 1 on. Fisk is first in the third with none on. Rice is 12th in the 5th with 1 on, and Linnet is 16th in the 6th with 2 on. Toronto at Oakland, Huffman against Keogh. Tonight, Texas is at Baltimore. Baltimore won 3 in a row. They allowed a total of only 1 run in those 3 wins. Detroit's at California. Angels have won 4 in a row. Chicago at Milwaukee. Cleveland at Seattle. Los Angeles and the Cubs, they're now at the end of 6 complete innings. Chicago 4, Los Angeles 3. Lopes a home run. And New York beat Houston 4-0. Andahar was the loser. Swan was the winner. And Tony, that game was played in 1 hour and 57 minutes. They wanted to be sure to see the 6 o'clock news, didn't they?
All right. Well, right here, 40-year-old Jim Cott, his 9th game for the Yankees, to face George Brett with Wilson at second base, UL Washington at first. The Yankees lead 7-6. Cott, his 9th appearance. He's done a good job. Fine earned run average. Brett fouls this one off. Cott came in to pitch to Brett yesterday in the ballgame last night. Brett hit the first pitch for a single, and then Porter sacrificed, and Cott was removed. So he's been used almost exclusively against left-handed hitters, Jim Cott. 1 strike. Wilson not getting too big of a lead off second base. Strike 2 on Brett. Caught with an earned run average of 1.23. There are your base runners with 1 out. Wilson at second, UL Washington at first. Caught way ahead. Drilled! Great stop, almost, by Randolph. He had it, then it got by. Wilson will score. Here goes Brett to second base. He is in there. So now it's tied up at 7. Brett with a big 2-strike hit.
And not only that, that base running was amazing. Just a great piece of base running. Willie Wilson being congratulated as they tie it up, and what a ball game we're having here. Watch Brett now as Randolph knocks the ball down. Rivers picks it up. He's looking at the base runner, UL Washington. Brett goes sliding into second, and watch him motion for UL Washington to take off towards home. Look at him. Go ahead. He's in that ball game, that George Brett.
And now Cotton will walk Cowens with first base open and 1 out, and he'll pitch to the left-hander Porter. And, Joe, it's about what you said at the start of the show when you featured your little tease, Nettles and Brett. And you quoted Billy Hutter, former manager of Texas, saying that, what was the quote about Brett?
Is the best player in the American League today.
I'll tell you. He has walked today. He has singled and scored a run. He just singled and then made a double out of it when he kept on going, singling home the tying run. It is now Porter, who is in a 2-run home run. He's been hit by a pitch. He also grounded into a double play. These two teams over the past 3 years have battled tooth and nail, the Royals against the Yankees. 1 out. 1 strike to Porter. Caught with a little extra, goes 0-2.
Boy, I tell you, this has been some kind of... We've had some dandy ball games, and congratulations to our guys in the truck, George Finkel and Harry Coyle, and our camera guys. What coverage.
Fouled off by Porter.
That play on Brett, Tony, first of all, looked like a single, and first of all, looked like Randolph was going to make the play.
I thought he had it hit off the heel of his glove, and then the ball trickled away to center field. 2-strike pitch again. He misses. 1-2. What a piece of hitting by Brett. No balls, 2 strikes. A veteran pitcher like Cott. Cott did not try and waste the pitch. Brett zinged him. Cott goes 2-2 to Porter. The Yankee bullpen has plagued them since Gossage injured his thumb. Gossage in the last couple of days has begun to run. He cannot throw. He's got a little soft cast on drill, but pulled foul in right field by Porter.
Well, you can't get the ball inside to Mr. Porter. He just sits there. It's almost like picking up a phone. Inside fastball, I think I'll hit it out of here.
He's got that left foot, his back foot about as close to home plate as you can get it. Wide open stance. There it is. Shoot by him inside. Tick foul, so we'll get another chance. The Royals have runners at second and third with 1 out.
That's one of the frustrating things about catching that foul tip, because there's no way you can practice that. It's lucky when the stick's in your glove. Bases are loaded.
Bases loaded. Cowens with the intentional walk. Brett at second. He really fisted him. Randolph will go. He missed the tag, or did he?
He's out of the baseline. He called him out.
Whitey Herzog can argue because he believes that he should have had a run home with the bases loaded, that the tag was missed on Cowens. There it is. Randolph, it did not appear, tagged him. It did not appear that the runner, Cowens, was out of the baseline, but Larry Barnett said he made the tag or he was out of the baseline.
He said he was out of baseline, Tony.
All right, then if he says that, it's a judgment call.
Yeah, but if that line is the baseline, he was not out of that line. Now, he misses the tag.
He's got 3 feet. He did not go out of the baseline. In my mind, it should have been a run the 8th run, but it is still a tie ball game at 7. That is a double play is awarded. Ooh. Herzog is still arguing,
and I don't blame him.
Boros.
I don't blame him.
So the score is tied at 7. We'll go to the 8th here at Royal Stadium, and Herzog is not getting the boos. It is the second base umpire.
Excuse me, sir. Do you know that peanuts can make your face feel better?
Peanuts?
Here, try some.
What's that?
Track 2, the only leading shave cream with peanut oil.
Peanut oil in a shave cream? Hey, it feels creamier.
That's because peanut oil is one of the best moisturizers you can use on your face.
It feels good.
That's track 2, moisturizing your beard so you get a better feeling shave. Excuse me. Oh, I did you already.
Track 2, made from peanuts for a better feeling shave.
Why should you buy a Black & Decker string trimmer? 1, it cuts down grass and weeds in nothing flat. 2, it has a remarkable feature that lets the precise amount of line out automatically. 3, and perhaps the best reason of all, is that when you buy a Black & Decker string trimmer, or hedge trimmer, or edger, you get one thing Black & Decker is famous for.
A tough power tool that won't let you down.
And that's why you should buy a Black & Decker string trimmer.
On Sports World, top women gymnasts compete in the USGF Nationals. Then it's Friendship Cup weightlifting, plus the 200th running of the English Derby, and the fittest of them all, tomorrow.
Here's a replay again. That is Collins, who's intentionally walked. He gets by Willie Randolph without a tag, but he's already called out by Larry Barnett, who is umpiring on the inside part of the infield. The umpires have had that option lately, the American League umpires. I don't believe he called him out for being out of the baseline. He called him out for being tagged, but you can see that we have a much better angle with our camera than Larry Barnett does.
Yeah, but if we do, it's because he's out of position. I mean, he's paid to see the play. Now, he can't. Randolph doesn't even make an attempt once he gets by him, and he's calling him out.
And that's what's kind of nice. If Randolph had made a double tag, Barnett might have reconsidered. But anyway, it might have cost Kansas City a run and put them ahead 8-7, but we've got a tie ball game.
So, Jim Spencer comes on now as a pinch hitter for Darrell Jones. Spencer hitting .262, all tied at 7 apiece. High curveball. 7 runs, 8 hits, and no errors for the Yankees. Curveball misses. 2 balls and no strikes. Martin is 6'4", 190 pounds. Boy, he stands there and look at him like a soldier. Feet together. Turns 24 on August 30th. 3 balls and no strikes. Martin came up from Double-A Jacksonville. He's never been in Triple-A. He's with the Royals in the Major League Spring Training Camp at Fort Myers this spring. Here's a 3-0 pitch. Is a strike. 1977 graduate of Richmond University with a degree in finance. And with the money they're paying, that ain't a bad degree to have. 3-1 pitch. Straight away center field. Amos Otis is waiting. 1 out. If he did it any more nonchalant, he'd have to be sleeping between pitches.
He lost that old glove he had too, didn't he? I think it was stolen. A lot of the Kansas City Royals equipment was stolen. 2 years ago, he had that glove about 8 or 9 years. It was reconditioned I don't know how many times.
So there's 1 away, and here's Chris Chambliss. He had a 2-run homer in the 2nd. He walked and stole a base in the 4th, and he struck out in the 6th. It's a strike. Rennie Martin. Larry Gora started. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, at baseball fans, they say, oh, I like that good pitchers duel. No, I like a lot of hitting. Hot smash, base hit. Chambliss is on. He makes a big turn at first. Is he going to try it? Yes, he is. And he makes it.
Pretty smart piece of base running right there. As soon as he saw that Otis caught the ball on his glove side, he knew he had a couple of extra steps because he had to break and turn all the way around to throw. If Collins had backhanded that ball, he would have been in better position to throw. Right there, look at Collins. He'd have held him to a single. But Chambliss, with not good speed, he cut the ball well. He made the double from home plate to first base, not from first to second.
You can't get much help from the coach as you look at Chris Chambliss. And on a replay, as you counted Otis's steps, there were 4 extra steps that he took to make the throw. you hear is in the crowd. Watch Otis as he picks up the ball, how many steps he'll take. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5.
You know, that's the old Casey Stengel thing, something that we were talking about when Herzog's out. Casey used to talk about base running and defense, and he was excellent at it. And he always used to say, anytime that ball's at the outfielder's glove side, can allow you 2 or 3 more steps, because he's got to break and turn all the way around. He'll never get much on his throw.
Glove side.
Glove side, which is what Otis did. Glove side, if it's Collins backhands it, it's on his bare hand side. He's got an easier throw.
Whitey Herzog making a change, and now Raboski comes in, and this crowd will go bonkers. Because Raboski, as you well know, he's got this thing built up where he psychs himself as he gets behind the mound, and with that beard and whatever, he's right out of Central Casting if you were looking for a villain for a tag team wrestling match. And this crowd really reacts to it. Roy White will be the batter. Don't forget, we'll be going to golf right after our game, the LPGA, Kings Island, Ohio. And they've got a little bit of a shootout going on over there. Gerald and Brits still leading. Joanne Corner, Donna Young chasing. Nancy Lopez, the defending champion. And there'll be Sports World tomorrow and the conclusion of the golf. And we've got baseball for you next week. We get a chance to see Baltimore against Minnesota. We haven't seen either of those ball clubs. California at Detroit. So you stay right with us. Right here, it's 7 runs, 9 hits, and no errors for the Yankees. 7 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error for Kansas City. And the tiebreaker is on at second base, Chris Chambliss. There's 1 man out, and Al Raboski.
We're going to show you Al Raboski after he finishes his 8 warm-up tosses from our center field camera, and you're going to look right into his face and see him psych himself up.
And I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll also zip it up here for a while and watch and listen to the crowd react as soon as he finishes warming up. He was hit hard yesterday. This is his 25th game. 3-2 is his record. Listen. There's no biz like showbiz.
I say one thing, that's not going to replace the fastball he had a couple of years ago. He's throwing a lot more breaking stuff.
He nods yes, and Roy White waits. Oh, that crowd loves it. Strike 1.
Raboski is not striking out the hitters that he once did. This year, 31 innings pitched, 17 strikeouts. He used to strike out about 1 per inning, close to that.
High. 1 ball, 1 strike. He says he's 2 different people. I'm Al Raboski, and then I'm the pitcher who starts back to the mound after I've talked to myself and I face the enemy. Crowd loves it. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. 7-7's his score. We're in the 8th inning. Chambliss is on his second base.
He wants to go breaking ball again. He throws a fork ball, and that curve you just saw. White is a good fastball hitter.
Missed outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Al Raboski, who came over from the Cardinals. They traded Mark Littell. Cardinals and Kenny Boy are really going great guns. Lou Brock. Off the end of the bat, he took something off the curveball. Count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He's got to make White hit his pitch with that Lead run at second base. First base is open with 1 out. And you've got the number 9 hitter, Dent, coming up next. So first base open, you'd still have a double play situation. Can't give in to a hitter right now.
Ball misses. 3 balls, 2 strikes. He continues that psyching act. You noticed on the shots we just gave you, first of all, the insert, the close-up, that concentration and how he nods his head to make sure the hitter sees him. And even after the catcher has given his signs, completed his sequence, he continues to nod. Off the handle, long throw for Brett. It's going to be close. He dropped the ball.
It was a good throw, Joe. Lecoq just looked like he closed the glove and the ball popped out, or he closed it too soon.
He makes a perfect throw.
White did not get a good jump out of the box because he was jammed on the pitch. Just squirts off the end of Lecoq's glove. He'll be charged with an error.
It's an error on the first baseman.
The Royals have not played well defensively this year. We mentioned it earlier. They are second from the bottom. Team defense percentage-wise.
It's the first error for Pete Lecoq. So base runners are on at first and second, 1 man out. And Bucky Dent is the batter. Dent is 0 for 3. Bounced out, fly to right, and bouncing to shortstop. Strike. Chambliss is on at second base. Roy White is on at first base. We're all tied. 7 apiece. We're in the 8th inning. It's been a real battle. Yankees jumped out to a 5-0 lead. Looked like Tommy John had a laugher. And then the Royals came back with 3 and a 4th. They took the lead with 3 and a 6th. Yankees 2 and a 7th. Royals 1 and a 7th.
At this point, Joe Roboski hasn't agreed too many times with the signal that Wathan has put down. He is shaken off. It seems like about every one that he's put down.
I tell you, you get days like that, and you get pitchers like that. You just can't seem, you know, it's like putting a round peg in a square hole or whatever. But he's got to throw the ball. Right field. Cowens is there, makes the play. And the runner's hold. He was playing shallow, and it's a good thing he was.
That's where the defensive charts that most clubs keep coming so handy. And Whitey Herzog is the only manager that I know that keeps his own charts. He marks it down on the bench right after the game or the next morning. He takes it to his big charts with every pitcher has his own color and where they hit the ball off every pitcher. And boy, Cowens was positioned just right.
That's what he was doing this morning. We got out here at the ballpark about 10:30, and Whitey was working on his charts, and he had enough Crayolas, looked like Sesame Street, and was staying after school.
He's done an outstanding job with this ball game. Both managers have. I think Lemon's got a little more firepower than Herzog's got. Herzog's kept this club close in spite of a pitching staff that has really faltered this year so far.
They got identical records, 31 and 26. 2 men out, Mickey Rivers. Ball 1. Rivers bounced out, second to first in the first inning. He singled to center and scored in the 3rd. He flied deep to right in the 4th, and then he doubled and scored in the 7th. 1 ball, no strikes. Roboski against Rivers. Pops him up. Cowens has plenty of room, plenty of time, makes the play, and the Yankees do not score. So we go into the bottom half of the 8th inning, and what a ball game this has been. New York 7, Kansas City 7.
For days you fought the mountain for a 90-ton slab of granite. And now you hold your breath while you bring it out until it swings free and clear. Now comes Miller time. Time to head for the best tasting beer you can find. Miller High Life.
When it's time to relax, one beer stands clear, Miller Beer.
Sears National Automotive Sale. The Sears 36 battery is now on sale. It's loaded with starting power and it's maintenance-free. At only $34.99 with trade-in, you save $5 on Sears 36 battery.
It's a good time to save on Sears Dynaglass belted 28 tires because right now they're on sale at 40% off. With 2 fiberglass belts, you get good traction and long mileage.
At Sears.
What is the real story behind the Hindenburg? Was it an accident or sabotage? George C. Scott stars in The Hindenburg, Sunday.
Boy, I can hardly keep Tony in the seat. Listen.
Go beer barrel polka. Boy, they're really whooping it up on the south side of Milwaukee tonight, aren't they?
I'll tell you, here in Kansas City, it's fun time at the ballpark. These fans, some 38,025 of them, really enjoying it here. It's a 7-7 ball game. Listen.
There's a lady that's really got rhythm.
She's tired. Don't forget the golf coming up right after our game now. The LPGA. Right now. John Wathan bunts it foul. Cott's a good fielder. He's got enough gold gloves. He's using them for doorstops. He's got 16 of them.
40 years old. He's still like a cat. Is he still on that vegetarian diet?
Still like a cat?
Oh, I didn't know. They call him Kitty Cat, but he is. He's still very quick, and he's got a great body.
Right field. Piniella is going back. Misjudged it for a moment, but he has room. 1 out. Geraldine Britz was leading the golf this morning, and after 4 holes, which was the latest update we had, she was still leading. Joanne Carner and Donna Young chasing with Nancy Lopez still in the race. And we'll be switching to the golf right after this game. Here is Pete Lecoq, first time at bat. He came in after Patek was hurt. He made all the changes, ball 1. Brett went back to third from first, and Cruz went from third to short, and Lecoq went into play first. Off the handle, and it's going to drop for a base hit, a foul ball. Just barely foul. Oh, that was close. He hit that right off the thumbs.
Third base umpire Jim Evans. Watch him get in position right on the line. There you can see that ball 6 inches to a foot foul. See, I thought for a change we're going to see a ball somehow get by Nettles. Over the top of him, I guess, is the only way. And even at that, he made a heck of a play, or try. Yeah, Jim Evans.
Jim Evans right on top of that play. He's a third base umpire. Lecoq was jammed, but he tried to muscle it to the opposite field. Hit it right off the thumbs, but it was foul. 1-1. Strike 2. Jim Cott with 262 lifetime wins. That's second among the active pitchers. Broken bat, ground ball. Bucky Dent has it. Quick throw. Lecoq is out. 2 up and 2 down.
You know, I was thinking, Joe, Cott's got to be the only player still active who played in the old ballpark in Washington. I can't think of any others. He came up and pitched in that ballpark.
Can't either.
I remember batting against him, and boy, could he throw. He had more movement on that fastball than anybody you'll ever want to see.
Todd Cruz is the batter. Cruz is 0 for 3. Second among the active pitchers. Gaylord Perry has 272 wins. Strike is called. You see where he's got a new pitch? Mike Hargrove calls it the puff pitch. He loads the ball with rosin, and when he throws it, just a puff of rosin comes out. It's popped up in the infield. Greg Nettles is taking charge. Makes the play. An easy inning for Cott. 3 up, 3 down. We complete 8 innings of baseball here. And the score is tied. The New York Yankees have 7. The Royals have 7.
Hey, where you going?
Going to eat.
I see. Pizza, huh?
Nope.
Burgers?
Nah, getting good Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Why Kentucky Fried Chicken?
Tell him, Dad.
Because the Colonel uses only fresh grade A chicken.
Yeah, we're eating out, but we're eating right.
But what do the kids say?
All right!
Come on. It's so nice, nice to feel so good about a meal. So good about Kentucky Fried chicken.
For higher gas mileage, come to Chrysler. Chrysler Corporation is #1 in gas mileage of the big three. When comparing models with standard engines and transmissions, Chrysler has 12 that top Toyota Celica in estimated miles per gallon, 4 that top Ford or GM's best mileage car, 5 that top gas engine Rabbit, and nobody has more models with estimated 25 miles per gallon than Chrysler. Want higher gas mileage? See your Dodge or Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
See exciting live coverage as defending champion Nancy Lopez shoots for her 4th consecutive tour win in the prestigious LPGA Championship later today and tomorrow on NBC.
You're looking at the Yankee bench, and that's Charlie Lau sitting next to Bucky Dent. Charlie Lau, who for many years the batting coach over on the other side, the Kansas City bench. And he had called Mike Ferraro, the Yankee third base coach, over for a chat. So, Raboski in relief, a tie ball game here. For those of you who are just joining us in hopes of watching the LPGA golf, we are going to switch to Kings Island immediately following this game. And the latest we had on the golf, Geraldine Britz was still leading after 4 holes. She was the lady 6 years on the tour who on Thursday shot a 64 and came back with a 72 and went into today's round at 136. Joanne Carner trailing at 139 along with Donna Young. Nancy Lopez was 8 shots off beginning today's round. We'll cut it down a bit. 1 shot after 4 holes. But we'll be going to the golf right after our game here. This is the 9th inning. Willie Randolph will lead it off for the Yankees. Raboski's in relief. Gura and John were the starters. They're both gone. There's a strike. It's 7 runs, 9 hits, and no errors for the Yankees. 7 runs, 12 hits, and 2 errors for the Royals. Chambliss had a 2-run homer in the 2nd inning. Porter had a big 2-run homer in the 4th inning for the Royals. The only 2 home runs in the game. One ball, 1 strike. At the end of 8, it's Boston 12, Minnesota 5. Let's pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
WDAF TV4, Kansas City, Missouri.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Willie Randolph. In the Cub-Dodger game, they're in the 7th now, and it's Chicago 5, Los Angeles 3. Toronto nothing, Oakland nothing. Bottom of the 2nd. Foul straight back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hey, Tony, talking about golf, how'd you like to be putting and have a guy like Raboski in your foursome staring you down like
saying,
that?
Don't miss it.
Staring at you like that. Then when he gets up to putt, he talks to his putter and then charges the hole. 1-2 pitch. Curveball misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I'll say one thing, Raboski's really changed his style. He used to come in there and it was just fastball one after the other. And he really threw hard. He is throwing today, I don't know, 90%, 80% breaking pitches.
A lot of
fork ball, slider, slow curve at time. There's a fastball.
Count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He's had to adjust.
Well, maybe some of you people who tune in to watch golf don't get to see our game of the week or haven't stopped in to watch it. You're in for a treat with this Raboski working. He's a fellow who talks to himself behind the mound before he delivers to the batter. He stares you down. Mean look. Foul straight back. In fact, in Italian, they used to have an expression. Malocchio, the bad eye, he gives you.
The evil eye, huh?
Watch him now. He never smiles, this guy. And here's a replay. Look at him. Look at the plate.
He throws that glove in your face, too, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah. He's watching it all the way.
It's got to be the way Genghis Khan looked. And the hordes.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody on, nobody out. Here's a base hit to left field. So Willie Randolph singles to left in the top of the 9th, and the Yankees have the tiebreaker on.
And Randolph, the Yankees base stealer, has gotten 16 so far this year, been caught 4 times. Munson likes to hit and run, but he may be bunting also. A lot of things for Roboski in this infield for Kansas City to think about.
Munson was robbed of extra bases when Rivers was on his second and broke. He hit a line drive that Brett knocked down. Munson, he walked and scored in the 3rd inning. He's 0 for 3. Now he's going to make Roboski wait. That's what they do.
We may see a couple throws over to see if Munson's going to commit himself or Randolph, if he's going to bunt or swing away. They're playing back. Brett at 3rd. They're expecting Thurman to hit.
High, ball 1. He did shorten up as if to bunt. Munson has no sacrifice bunt so far this year. The Yankees rarely sacrifice.
He moved Brett in, though. Brett now has come even with a bag. He had been playing Munson deep. Woody's got a good lead, doesn't he?
He sure has.
Hit and run.
There he goes. Off the handle. Brett, 4 to his left, his only plays at first base, so Munson gives himself up. Got jammed. But it works just as well as the bunt as Randolph moves over in the scoring position.
The runner's going. Willie Randolph. Munson fights off. Looked like a slider or a cut fastball. Brett with no chance for a play at second, so the Yankees have the potential winning run at second base now. It's been some ball game, and out pops Herzog.
Well, I think he wants to find out with first base open what he's going to do, because you want to look past Piniella. Nettles is the on-deck hitter. 1 man out, you'd have left-hander against left-hander, and then Spencer was the pinch hitter for Darryl Jones, and I'm sure that's what they're talking about. And this could be a case of just put him on right now or don't give him anything good to hit.
So he's got 3 base hits and 4 RBIs in this game, Piniella. He had 3 RBIs yesterday in the ball game.
He's got
I got to believe you're going to put him on and try and get to Spencer, although then you're faced with the possibility of Cliff Johnson coming up. The Yankees pinch hitters have done well this year.
Johnson's already at the bat rack. He's loosening up.
Herzog's thinking a couple of hitters ahead, not just Piniella. They're going to pitch to him.
Well, this is another one of those situations. A good fastball hitter, Lou Piniella. We're tied at 7 apiece. We'll be going to golf right after this game. Curveball way inside. Ball 1.
You wonder if Herzog said to him, I don't want you to let him hit a fastball. Talked it over, gave him the scouting report. How they want to pitch Lou. Can't pitch Lou any one way. He'll adjust. He's a good hitter.
I wouldn't give him anything above the belt. Everything would be down, down. Fastball misses. 2 balls and no strikes. In and out.
Randolph had an idea of stealing 3rd right there. He took a couple of steps and then decided to hold up.
Usually at second base, you have some kind of a sign when you're a base runner asking the coach if you can come over because you think you can make it, but you better be at least 90% sure you're going to make it.
Boy, is he getting the room down at second.
Off the handle, he jammed him. Brett's long throw. So they get the tough Lou Piniella. Roboski went after him and got him. He jammed him hard, and Piniella is really upset as he walks back. 2 pretty good pitches right there to get Munson and Piniella. And now it's Greg Nettles.
Got sliders, don't they? Late breaking.
Yeah,
something late breaking.
Late quick breaking. It had to be the slider.
Nettles is going to play the same game. He is now going back. He's going to let Roboski wait now. Roboski went and psyched himself up. And Nettles says, okay, I'll play your game if you want. Now you wait for me.
Now the catcher's going to go out and talk.
It's going to be fun to see who the umpire says you get in the box or you get on the pitching rubber. Sooner or later, he's got to stop it. See what Roboski does next.
Too bad you can't call delay of the game. Greg Nettles. Nettles flied out, lined hard back to the pitcher, bounced out. First baseman on the system, fly to left. There are 2 outs. We're tied at 7 apiece. High fastball. The on-deck hitter is Cliff Johnson. He's in the circle as we look at Willie Randolph at second base. There you see him.
This ball game has had a lot in it, hasn't it?
Oh, brother.
A lot of base runners.
Way outside. Nice play by John Wathan. This is one of those games when you're catching. You don't know if your team has got white uniforms or gray uniforms on. They're all over the bases. 2 balls and no strikes. We've had 14 runs, 22 base hits.
The Yankees have left 7 on. Royals have left 5 on, according to my scorecard.
I'd love to see Rizzuto's scorecard right about now. He must be loaded with GOs and FOs and Go-Go's.
21 runs in the game last night. Royals walked, what, 9 or 10?
Right. 2-0 pitch now to Nettles. Bouncing ball foul past Yogi.
What was, you got to tell folks what the latest Yogi Berraism was.
They think I make him up.
No.
Jim Hegan. I know the one you're thinking of. Jim Hegan. He's talking about Vermont. Yogi said, boy, that's a great city. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 outs. Lawrence, he's a beauty. 2-1 pitch.
Oh.
Well hit deep to left field. Wilson going back. I doubt if he gets it. Off the wall. Randolph will score. Nettles is rounding second. He holds up with a double, and the Yankees lead 8-7.
Talk about percentages in this ball game. Raboski gets the 2 tough right-handers, the 3 and 4-handers, Munson and Piniella. And look what happens. He's going left-hander against left-hander. Nettles, who's been going more to left field this year, trying to hit left-handers better and hitting for a much higher average, drills this on the short hop. Wilson can't outrun it.
Boy, he gave it a
Boy,
great
he sure
try.
did. Did he build up some momentum going after that?
Did he ever? Cliff Johnson is the pinch hitter for Jim Spencer. Nettles is on at second base. They're going to put Johnson on intentionally. Boy, that left-hander against left-hander. Nettles beat the Kansas City Royals with a home run. Look out, wow, pitch. And Nettles almost went.
Nettles wasn't paying attention. The reason he didn't make it.
If he'd have been off the bag, he'd have made it. And that's why I maintain, I hope they never make it automatic. There is some element of surprise, and things can happen.
Well, it was Carew a few years ago at Minnesota that swung at the first 3, and the pitcher kept getting farther and farther out. So bench in the World Series a few years back when Dick Williams went out from Oakland, and Fingers threw him a slider down and outside on 3-2, struck him out.
Johnson being walked with Nettles at second base. Nettles has 6 game-winning RBIs in 1979, which is tops on the Yankees. He was tied with Reggie Jackson, who unfortunately is on the disabled list. Nettles last night, that big home run. So there's your left-hander against left-hander theory. Just shot right in the head because Raboski was able to get the 2 tough right-handed hitters, Munson and Piniella. But then Nettles drills one to left field. Here is Chambliss.
There's another guy that hits left-handed pitchers fairly well because he doesn't try and pull everything. He goes with them. Chambliss hits very well in the left and right center field. He can wait a little bit longer on the breaking pitchers.
Two men out. 8-7. Yankees have taken the lead. Curveball is outside, and it's ball 1. Second base Nettles, at first base Johnson, and the sun has come out here, which is really a treat for these people in Kansas City. They have had nothing but rain. Curveball is a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. LPGA Golf coming up right after our game. Final round tomorrow, along with Sports World. Red Sox beat the Twins 12-6. Winner was Torres, loser Erickson. 1-1 pitch. Fastball high, 2-1. A lot of home runs in that game. Yastrzemski, Fisk, Rice, and Lind. We'll be watching the Twins in Baltimore in one of our games next week. The other one, California, Detroit. You check your local listings. 2-1 pitch now by Raboski to Chambliss. Line drive, left field. Willie Wilson should make the play, and he does. Misjudged it for a moment. That ends the inning. But a good inning for the Yankees as they break the tie with 1 run. And so we go into the bottom of the 9th inning. It's New York 8 and Kansas City 7. And the top of that lineup coming up for the Kansas City Royals, Tony. Willie Wilson, UL Washington, Amos Otis.
It's been a crazy ball game.
So it's been a kind of a ball game where there's been back and forth. The fans are loving it, and we hope you are too. Now, NBC's Game of the Week has been brought to you by Chrysler Corporation. See the mileage makers at your Dodge or Chrysler Plymouth dealers. And by Rye Shave Cream. Rye's holds so strong your beard comes off easy. And by the Miller Brewing Company, brewers of Miller High Life. If you've got the time, we've got the beer. The executive producer of NBC Sports is Don Ohlmeyer. The telecast of today's Game of the Week has been produced by George Finkel, directed by Harry Coyle, technical director Arnold Rand, associate producer has been Ed Connell, our associate director John Filippelli. Now, next Saturday, our Game of the Week at 2 o'clock Eastern Time is either the Baltimore Orioles at Minnesota or California at Detroit. Tomorrow on Sports World, following LPGA Golf, it's the USGF Women's Individual Gymnastic Championships, the English Derby, and weightlifting from Leningrad.
And as always, Alan Roth has been a big help to us up here, along with Kansas City's Mike Swanson. We thank them both.
And we'll be going to the golf at Kings Island, Jack Nicklaus's golf course, where Geraldine Britz was the leader going into today's round. And after 4 holes, she was still the leader. But the business at hand is Willie Wilson against Jim Cott, 8-7. Yankees lead. It's high, ball 1.
They are tight at the corners, Nettles and Chambliss with the Wilson speed.
It's low, 2 balls and no strikes. Willie Wilson struck out in the 1st. He bounced out short the 1st and the 3rd, struck out in the 5th, singled and scored in the 7th.
You believe that Wilson in high school was a catcher? Well, the only reason is nobody else in the team wanted to catch, and I guess he could handle the pitchers, nobody else could. What a waste of speed that might have been.
3 balls, no strikes to count. Ball 4, Cott walks in. And that'll put the gray hairs in the manager's head. You walk that man in that 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, and especially a fellow like Willie Wilson.
The bullpens have made Lemon and Herzog suffer. Yes, last night and again today.
Here is UL Washington. Washington has 2 base hits.
Nettles is about, there he comes, he'll be halfway down in just a moment.
Ball 1. So the infield really charging hard. Chambliss from 1st, Nettles from 3rd, Randolph moving over towards 1st. Wilson with great speed. Bunted in front of the plate, a beautiful bunt. Washington is out. Wilson moves to second base in scoring position. And it brings up Otis.
About the only thing you can do on artificial surface with Nettles and Chambliss charging and Cott, the great fielder, is deaden the ball like that. UL Washington keeps the ball, well, just off the dirt surface where Munson is forced. Allow him to go by, as he should, and then field the ball and throw him out.
Here comes number 21, Bob Lemon. He's going to make a pitching change.
Well, he's got Davis thrown down there. Ron Davis is 1, and also it's like Ken Clay. Let's see which one of the right-handers is coming in. That looks like Davis with that walk, but we'll clarify it as he gets closer. That with those glasses, Ron Davis. Did a good job in Milwaukee about a week or so ago. Picked up a couple saves. I saw him pitch in Milwaukee, and he came from the side, and he really frightened some right-handed hitters out of the batter's box. I don't think he throws that hard, but boy, he really looked like he was coming from everywhere.
He's got Otis and George Brett, Al Collins. 8-7. We're in the bottom of the 9th inning. Jim Cott leaves, and Ron Davis comes in.
Davis' 7th appearance of the year. They've all been in relief. His 3 wins, no losses, so he's picked up a little bit of the slack with Gossage injured.
Just kind of looking at the records, Tony. Kansas City, they've lost 3 in a row. The scores 3-0, 3-1, and lost last night in 10 innings 11-10. And they're trailing today 8-7. So in 2 games they score 1 run, lose, and they score 17 runs in 2 games, and they lost 1 and trailing in the other. Yankees have split their last 20 games, and they have not had any long streaks for a month.
What Kansas City is facing right now is one of the roughest stretches they're going to have all year long, because they're playing the top 4 Eastern Division teams. And some people said they went into a slump, but they hit the Baltimore Orioles pitching staff. And they have faced people like Tommy John and Flanagan and Martinez and just on and on and on. And they've hit some tough pitching and some tough ball clubs in the East. They can stay close to get to these Western ball clubs. They'll make a little ground, possibly.
You talk about if they can stay close, if those Milwaukee Brewers can stay close with the schedule they got.
And when they get Money and Heisel back also, although there's some question about Heisel with that injured shoulder.
It's going to be quite a race in all the divisions. I'll tell you something. Nobody's going to run away and hide. Right now, Amos Otis is getting set. Ron Davis, this is his 7th game. He came to the Yankee organization in June of 1978 from the Cubs for Ken Holtzman. He's 23 years old, 3-0, 3.60 earned run average. He's pitched 10 innings. He's allowed 4 runs, 14 hits. Munson is going to repair the glove. 30,000 people breathlessly watch as his shin guards. Looks like a job for Quincy. Get Jack Klugman. Okay, we're all set. 1 out. 8-7. Tying run is on at second base. Willie Wilson. High, almost threw it by Munson. He had a little more on it than Thurman thought. Ball 1. Amos Otis waiting. Center field, Mickey Rivers calling for it. Wilson is tagging up at third. He may challenge him. He's going, and he'll make it.
Wilson has made a couple of mistakes base running over the past few ball games. He did in Baltimore, but he's generally speaking not only a good base stealer, but a good base runner. He has good instinct, good sense, and down there, any kind of short pass ball, he is a threat to come on home. Now, we're going to see Lemon come out again. He's already made the move. Has he made the call? No, he hadn't yet. He's saying, hold on a minute.
Looking down at that bullpen.
Davis is in one of those streaks that relievers get in. He's pitched just 10 innings, but he's already got 3 wins. But that can turn around in such a hurry with relief pitchers. He can lose 3 in a quickness, too.
They're questioning whether Lemon had made a motion for the bullpen. And when third base umpire Jim Evans is coming in now, Lemon, who's got a pixie kind of sense of humor, when Evans put his hands up, Lemon waved to him like, hi, how you doing down there? He had not made a decision, and the home plate umpire went out to check it. So the big meeting on the mound.
So there's Ken Clay throwing in the Yankee bullpen. Well, Brett is the guy that you don't want to pitch to, but it's the same situation as last night, Joe. Tying run at third. George Brett, the hitter. You got first and second base open, but that's that old baseball axiom. Don't ever, although some managers have defied that principle, don't ever put the winning run on base. If there's a guy that you think about it with, the way he can hit.
I'd have to think about it.
You bet.
He's had a good day. He walked in the second, line hard, fourth, singled in the sixth and scored, and doubled in the seventh. Strike. George Brett.
Brett's never seen this guy pitch, I don't believe. I don't think he's batted against him before, and he wanted to see the movement on his fastball, so he took one.
Foul out of play. Brett came into this game hitting at .322 with 7 home runs and 31 runs batted in. So he's added 2 base hits, 2 for 3. He's got to be up to about 226, 227, 327, right?
The guy that struck out Brett just 17 times and almost, well, he's got 250 plate appearances.
Outside. He's hit .417 here in Kansas City. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Willie Wilson on at third, 8-7. Yankees lead. Bottom of the 9th. What a hit. Wow.
There it is, 2 strikes on him. There's a right down the middle, and look what Brett does to it. He is some kind of player.
I tell you, he is tough.
He might steal, too, right here. You never know.
Munson warned him about that. Collins is the batter. He takes it low for ball 1. Brett, 3 for 4 in the walk. Scored a run, driven in a run.
Brett has stolen 9 bases this year.
Inside. On Brett's base hits, the counts were 2-2, no balls and 2 strikes, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ron Davis. Off the handle. Nettles has it. Flips to Randolph. It is in time. The inning is over, but the game is tied, and we've got extra innings. It's the Yankees 8, the Royals 8, and the crowd reacting to George Brett. Listen to the hand.
Well, it all started. The man you don't want to put on base now since he's so hot for the Royals in the 9th inning when Willie Wilson walked. A beautiful sacrifice. It was a beautiful inning, Joe. A beautiful sacrifice by U.L. Washington. Got Wilson at third. Then Otis hit a ball to center field deep. Wilson tagged up. Brett with 2 strikes drilled a single. It's been a crazy ball game, back and forth, up and down. The Royals have not played well defensively. Both bullpens have struggled. But I've kind of enjoyed it. I know you have, and we hope our fans have.
Oh, I tell you, it's like 2 fat heavyweights. They keep hitting each other, and one gets knocked down, the other one comes up. And the golf will be coming up next, so you stay right with us. The next inning games, the Yankees are 6-1, the Royals are 2-3. And here's the final score from Wrigley Field in Chicago. The Cubs beat the Dodgers 5-3. 5 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error for Chicago. 3 runs, 8 hits, and no errors for the Dodgers. The winning pitcher was Lamb. The loser was Sutcliffe. Give Tidrow a save.
21 runs in last night's ball game between those 2 teams. 16 today. And coming right up after this, the Ladies Professional Golf Association tournament. There's Chambliss, Rivers, Randolph, and Lemon. He just stays the same.
Just exudes confidence, control. So now it's Raboski who will be facing the Yankees. Roy White, Bucky Dent, and Mickey Rivers.
Herzog now is keeping somebody ready in his bullpen. His pitching staff has been so torn up. There's the Raboski, the mad Hungarian Sycak. Marty Patton's throwing in the bullpen. He was scheduled to start Monday, I believe. He may have to help out today if Raboski gets in trouble.
The importance of the bullpen, it really was shown today. High ball one. Roy White flied to right in the second. He popped to the second baseman in the fourth. Struck out in the sixth. And safe on an error in the eighth. High. 2 balls and no strikes. There's Bob Lemon.
He was saying before the game, he's sitting next to Munson and Lau, that he feels that Gossage at this point might have been worth 6 or 7 ball games to the ball club, and they'd probably been in first place in their division.
2 balls and 1 strike. It's Lasorda over at Los Angeles, with Forrester out. He's come up with the line. He'll probably deny it, but it's Hootin', Sutton, and Nutton. That's about right. It'd be like Lemon with Gossage out. Center field, Amos Otis has plenty of room and plenty of time. 1 out. Bucky Dent now with 1 out, nobody on. Dent is 0 for 4. He bounced out third to first in the third. He flied to right in the fourth. Bounced out short to first in the seventh and flied to right in the eighth. $38,025 in the ballpark, and I don't think anybody's gone home. Strike 1. The mad Hungarian. Hungo. One ball and 1 strike. I tell you, if you're worried about your kids getting closer to television set, you keep taking that close-up of that Hungarian. He'll run those kids away for a while. He really looks mean out there. Center field once again, and Amos Otis is just camping and waiting. 2 outs. Two up and 2 down. Mickey Rivers is the batter. Rivers has had a good day. Bounced out second to first in the first inning. He singled to center and scored in the third. Flied to right in the fourth. Doubled and scored in the seventh, and he flied to right in the eighth. Tony says on that first swing, he always goes for the home run. Let's see if he does it this time, Tone.
Well, he says he does. I saw him do it in Milwaukee against Billy Travers. He beat him 2-1 on the first pitch. He jumped on the first pitch and won a ball game.
He just threw it by him.
Throw the ball in there.
Put something on it.
He could read his lips. One word deleted, I think.
Popped up. George Brett at third base calling for it. 3 up and 3 down for the Yankees in the 10th inning. And so we go to the bottom half of the 10th inning. It'll be Darrell Porter, Watham, and Lecoq. And the score, Yankees 8 and the Royals 8.
Because we fly people who expect the best from their world, we're introducing a truly first-class idea in air travel. If you fly first class aboard one of our long-range 747 SPs, you'll be able to dine at our new luxurious table for 2, and you'll recline in our unique sleeperette seat, the most comfortable chair in the air, only on Pan Am.
Pan Am.
This is the world's most revolutionary telephone switching invention. We call it Super Switcher.
It handles 4 times more calls and may save us $1 billion a year. Just imagine that each of these cars is a long-distance call. Super Switcher could handle 5 days' traffic on a busy LA freeway. That ought to prevent traffic jams on your long-distance calls.
The Bell System, keeping your communication system the best in the world.
For higher gas mileage, come to Chrysler. Chrysler Corporation is #1 in gas mileage of the big 3. When comparing models with standard engines and transmissions, Chrysler has 12 the top Toyota Celica in estimated miles per gallon, 4 the top Ford or GM's best mileage car, 5 the top gas engine Rabbit, and nobody has more models with estimated 25 miles per gallon than Chrysler. Want higher gas mileage? See your Dodge or Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
So Darrell Porter will lead it off here. Porter had a big home run in the 4th inning, a 2-run homer. He was hit by a pitch ball and came on around to score in the 6th. He hit into a double play, a 3-6-1 double play in the 2nd. Darrell Porter.
Ball. Ooh, Thurman thought he had it. He's asking where was it?
There's his strike. It might have been the reason he was asking for the first one, so he'd get the next one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Foul ball, third base side. Nettles. Does he have a play?
Look at
Went
that.
into
He
the stands,
almost got that ball.
He almost got it. You believe that guy? Buy a ticket, will you, Greg?
Here he is. Look at that. He takes his eye off the ball to see where the wall is. He braces himself and hops up on the wall. I don't know if that ball hit his hands. Kansas City.
It did hit his glove.
Hit his glove. Kansas City fans are kind of polite on that. They didn't get in his way at all. No fan interference could be called. They did not reach over into the playing area.
Out of play. Count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes. That's a little much when you start going into the stands to get him. Foul ball, third base side. That's way in the stands. He will need a ticket if he wants to make that play.
With that sun out now, it's gotten to be a pretty rough sun field in right field for Piniella. There you can see it. You can see the shadows behind these players facing out toward right field.
1 ball and 2 strikes. High, 2-2. Red Sox beat Minnesota. Toronto 1-0 over Oakland at the end of 4. Davis in the 5th, nobody on. Only games this afternoon outside of this one, the American League. Foul out of play. Tonight, Texas is at Baltimore, Detroit at California, Chicago at Milwaukee, and Cleveland. They've won 16 out of 24. They play Seattle. Seattle's playing a good ball. 6 of 8, 12 of 20. Looking forward to doing the All-Star game up there, Tony. You see the King Dome.
Tell you what, that ball might be flying out. If you go to the All-Star game, come out early because that'll be some exhibition in batting practice.
Porter is out on strikes.
Power alleys there, but they don't have them accurately pictured on the side, but it's about 350 in right and left center field. And the ball just flies out of it.
Here is John Wattham, who got a big triple, drive in 2 runs in the 6th inning, came around to score himself, and then he singled in the 4th. Hot smash, base hit, maybe extra bases. Piniella's up, Watham's going to try for 2. The throw is not in time.
Oh, wow, he showed some speed, didn't he? He never stopped. Piniella did a good job getting the ball and made a pretty good throw, but Watham really cut the bag well to make that into a double. Here he comes. You can see him being waved on by Boris. They will challenge the arms of this Yankee outfield. He makes it standing up.
So the tiebreaker is on. We're tied at 8 apiece. And here is Pete Lecoq.
Got to walk him, didn't he?
They're going to put him on. The Chicago Cubs beat the Dodgers 5-3 this afternoon. And New York beat Houston 4-0. Games tonight, Montreal's at Cincinnati, San Diego's at St. Louis, Atlanta and Philadelphia. Those Phillies, they've lost 16-21, and San Francisco at Pittsburgh. Those Pirates, they've won 10 of 12. LPGA golf will be coming up after this ball game. We've got a pinch hitter coming out of the dugout for the Royals. Steve Braun has come out as Pete Lecoq gets the intentional walk. Braun batting for Cruz. Braun hitting at 286. He's got one home run. Steve Braun. The winning run is on at second base, and John Wathan.
I'll tell you, they've really moved the outfield in close and left, White in center field. Canella's still pretty deep in right. Boy, left and center very shallow for the Yankees.
Bouncing ball, Chambliss gets it. 1 out. Can't make the play. Lecoq really went in hard and prevented Bucky Dent from making a play. Great play by Lecoq.
Well, he gets an at-bat this inning for Willie Wilson. It might have been a double play if not for Pete Lecoq. Forcing the Dent to jump over the top. Davis couldn't get over to first base in time, but we're going to have a pinch runner now, Joe. Jerry Terrell is going to run. Here's the replay. Chambliss makes a nice play, getting the ball, keeping it from going to the outfield. Look at Lecoq go. Also a pinch runner now at first base. Terrell will run for Braun.
So Terrell is a base runner at first. On at third base is John Wathan. There are 2 men out, and Willie Wilson is the batter. Wilson had a base hit in the 7th. Walked in the 9th. Struck out in the 1st and 5th. Bounced out in the 3rd. Infield, everybody's in tight. High, ball 1.
Nettles still looking for the possibility of the ball. Look where he's playing at third base with 2 outs. Delayed steal. Boy, what a lead Terrell got. He's trying to draw a throw somewhere. Chambliss is giving him second base.
They're all giving him second base. They're not worried about Terrell at first base. They're worried about Wathan at third.
Like he ought to take it. You know, Wilson running, they've got a chance to get a force out at second base. You bet take it. At the last pitch.
There he goes, and not even a play. Boras, he asked Boras, and Boras just nodded his head. He's going down there. You stay out of the way.
Chambliss is playing back. He was playing back to protect the hole. He was not holding Terrell on. Now they've removed the force out. They're going to have to get Wilson to first base on a little chopper.
Foul ball down the third base line. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We're in the bottom half of the 10th inning. We're all tied 8 apiece. The winning run is on at third base. John Wathan.
Wilson's up on the bat about 6 inches, just trying to make contact. He's really choked up.
Ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Willie Wilson. Boy, he's gripping that trademark. Another inch higher, he could hit from either end. 3-2 pitch. Struck him out. Jammed him inside, struck him out. Ends the inning. Royals do not score. We complete 10 innings of play here. It's the Yankees 8, the Royals 8, and we'll be back after these messages from your local station.
On Disney, the search for an escaped tiger gets out of hand. Don't miss the exciting conclusion of A Tiger Walks, Sunday.
In the beginning, there is not a scratch, and that is called new. Then comes the use and the dirt and the cleaning and the use and the cleaning again and again. And still there is not a scratch, and that is called Bon-Ami. Bon-Ami Polishing Cleanser, recommended by Corning, Rival, Tappan, West Bend, and many other manufacturers because it does the cleaning without scratching. Bon-Ami Polishing Cleanser. It works.
If your home looks like the devil and you want a bright new look, call Standard Improvement Company. Convert little used areas like your garage to a comfortable family room. Waste space like your basement can be a beautiful recreation room. Your old-fashioned kitchen can be cheerful, bright, and new. Standard can remodel your bathroom right away, make your home like new for far less than the cost of a new home, and liberal terms can be arranged. Call Standard Improvement Company day or night, Westport 17100. Get a free silver dollar with your estimate.
Once in a while, you find a couple of people who just naturally work well together, who complement each other in every way, like Stacy Smith and Rita Channon. What each can do well alone works even better when they're together. A natural sort of communication you just don't find every day. So it's no accident that more people are switching to Action News.
Good evening, I'm Rita Channon.
Stacy Smith and Rita Channon.
Good evening, I'm Rita
Kansas City's choice, naturally.
Down Home Country Entertainment, today at 6.
Jerry Terrell stays in the ball game at second base. And UL Washington, who was at second base, moves over to shortstop, toothpick and all. And the new pitcher is Marty Patton.
8th pitcher used in this ball game, 4 by each ball club. Patton was scheduled to start on Monday because Leonard's still having arm problems. Splittorff went home with the flu today. He was supposed to pitch tomorrow. So Herzog's running through his pitching staff.
I tell you, he may have to start Ewing Kaufman tomorrow. Marty Patton, it's his sixth in relief, and he's 2-0 with 2 saves and a 3.52 earned run average. Willie Randolph. Ball 1. Marty Patton.
Every spring over the last few years, Marty Patton said to really fight for a job. He hadn't got many innings in the first parts of those seasons, but he always seems to come along the second half and win some very important games. He's got a tough job. He's a spot starter. He'll pitch in relief, short or long. Never in a regular rotation, but he always seems to do an excellent job for this club. Call him the Duck.
There's a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. Willie Randolph, the batter. Nobody on, nobody out. We're in the 11th inning, tied at 8 apiece. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Randolph, he's really got Brett back. It was a good idea to drop that bunt. He'd have been able to walk down there.
A few rain clouds starting to creep in too. It's getting a little cloudy and dark out in the west.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Inside.
I think our producers and directors at the LPGA are getting a little itchy fingers. This game going on time. We hope LPGA golf will be up next.
Well, we will not waste any time. As soon as this game's over, we'll be going there. 3-2 pitch. Ball 4, he walked him, so Randolph is on. Here we go again. Last time this happened, Munson played hit and run and got jammed, but Randolph was able to move to second. He had singled that time. This time he leads off the inning by walking.
This has been a long, less than 24 hours for Munson because he caught 10 innings last night, catching into the 11th inning today. With that bad knee that he's come up with,
I don't believe
be hurt.
He won't be able to use maybe 2 tickets from his disco dance book. He'll turn the rest of them in.
See if he's got him bunting this time. Brett's looking for it down in 30s, even with a bag.
He shortened up as if to bunt the last time. Randolph has a good lead at first.
Good hit and run man, Munson.
Back in time. A good quick move by Marty Patton. strike on the outside corner. Munson doesn't believe it. He's really going to have his words now. Randolph is on at first. Munson's just got the bat laying at home plate. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, it's a strike. I think Munson didn't bunt after the ball, but that ball looked like he might have the outside corner. Or he may have thought it was low.
Wasn't that bad, I'll tell you, for what he did.
He was going to bunt. It was a good pitch to bunt because it was a sinker down low.
Pitch out, nothing going on. Now look out, John. They got you in the box. Marty Patton in relief. 1 ball and 1 strike. Boy, they like to hit and run after the pitch out play. Let's see what happens here.
He's got a good lead at first. He might be gone.
There he goes. Bunted beautifully. Patton, Barcel, Lecoq. Randolph had that base stolen had Munson taken it, but when Munson saw Randolph break, he protected him.
You wonder if there's a mix-up. That could have been a straight steal. I don't know if it's a bunt and run. It might have been a hit and run. But if you're going to start a runner, I got to believe you got to let Munson take a whack at it. Here goes Randolph, who would have had the base stolen, I believe, as you said, Joe. He doesn't pick up the ball at all. He was going on his own, a straight steal, so he missed. Somebody missed the bunt sign, maybe Munson just decided to do it on his own for fear of hitting into a double play, but there was something messed up there in somebody's part.
Whenever you see that runner, just look at the bag. Right now, Watson wants to talk to Patton. Randolph never did look back towards the hitter to pick up the ball, so that was a straight steal, and he just went head first into second base. And Munson might have just been trying to protect himself, Tony, because it was right in tight on him. At any rate, they've got the tie-breaking run on at second base, and Lou Piniella, who's had a hot hand, 7 RBIs in this series. He's got 4 today, 3 base hits. Piniella is the batter.
Kansas City infield playing rather deep. They're going to knock anything down that's on the ground, keep it from going to the outfield.
Strike 1.
Willie Randolph at second base. The last time he was there, had an idea of stealing third. He's been jockeying back and forth. He did it again on that first pitch, and now Terrell is coming over to say, hey, listen, at least give him 1 look, maybe 2, and then get the hitter. Don't let him steal now where he can score on that sacrifice fly with 1 out.
And in addition to keeping him close, you give those outfielders a chance to throw him out at the plate. Gets a big lead. At 2 steps that he picks up at second base will pay dividends when he tries to score on the single. Popped up. Shallow left field. Willie Wilson's going to take charge, and Wilson makes the play. So Piniella flies to Wilson in left, and that brings up Greg Nettles. Nettles tied it up. Gave him the lead, rather.
Ah, you got to believe they're thinking of walking Nettles. I think they're going to maybe put him on. Cliff Johnson is the DH next with 2 outs. The percentages would be there. I got to believe they're going to intentionally pass him and pitch to Johnson, but you never know what Lemon's going to do. He's still got some pinch hitters left on the bench.
They've given the sign to put him on. There's Cliff Johnson. Lemon just kind of watching here. He hasn't made a move yet. Looking down his bench. It may be Jay Johnstone. It looked like he said Jay. There's Jay Johnstone next to young Chris there. Johnstone putting on the batting glove right in the runway. So it'll be Jay Johnstone who'll come on to pinch hit for Cliff Johnson. Johnstone is hitting at 217. With 1 home run, which was a grand slam.
Yeah, you never know. Herzog might counter. He's got Steve Mingori, a left-hander throwing. Also, Ed Rodriguez, a right-hander. He mentioned we've seen 8 pitchers in this ball game, and there were a bunch in last night's extra inning game. There is Steve Boros, one of the coaches.
So, Lecoq and
Leonard
Marty
Gale.
Patton, they want to talk it over.
Hal McRae, who's got an injured shoulder. Here comes Galen Cisco now as Johnstone waiting patiently. There's a guy that suffered with some teams. He's once with the Mets. Galen Cisco.
Tell me about suffering with team. He suffered during expansion. We did it on merit.
Tell you what, he was happy to be there, though, because there are a lot of guys without expansion who wouldn't have been in the big leagues.
Say that again today. So, Marty Patton will be the pitcher to face Jay Johnstone. They will not make a change. Cisco apparently went out there to talk about how to pitch to Jay Johnstone. We're tied at 8 apiece, and we're in the 11th inning. Tie-breaking run is on at second base. Willie Randolph. There are 2 outs. Nettles is on at first base. Now the umpires want to get together, and I'm sure it's about the lights. Should we turn the lights on? They like to wait to do it between innings, or at least the completion of an inning.
Larry Barnett, obviously the crew chief. Most years of service.
That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But, you know, if they turn them on at the half inning, Kansas City will have an edge, will they not?
I would think that if they turned them on right now, Whitey Herzog would get mad. So they wait a second.
Jay Johnstone waiting.
That's what that 5 was that you saw Larry Barnett hold up. It takes 5 minutes for these vapor lights to go on. I think he held up 5 fingers.
Curveball is a strike. Eight to 8, we're tied. We're in the 11th inning.
Pitchers have scattered 25 hits.
Bouncing ball, foul. 2 quick strikes on Jay Johnstone, the pinch hitter. And Willie Randolph heads back to second, and Greg Nettles wanders back towards first after visiting with Larry Barnett, the second base umpire. 8-11-0 for the Yankees, 8-14-2 for the Royals. 25 hits, 16 runs, 277 players.
Are you able to smell rain? You're from the Midwest, in St. Louis, but I smell rain.
It's in the air. Two-strike pitch. Struck him out. Jay Johnstone is called out on strikes. That ends the inning, so they go to the bottom half of the 11th inning. We're all tied. Yankees 8, Royals 8. It'll be UL Washington, Amos Otis, and George Brett coming to bat for Kansas City.
An accident can happen anytime, and anytime, 24 hours a day. You can call the cavalry, the Kemper Insurance Companies, and the independent agents who represent us. We'll be there with professional claim service. Claim service that's not just fast, it's fair. The Kemper Insurance Companies. We're riding hard to serve you better.
Alcoa can't wait.
It's simple. A lighter car will use less gasoline. That's why designers and stylists in Detroit are using and considering more aluminum than ever before for hoods, doors, wheels, and over 24 other applications. Detroit is as interested in saving energy as you are. And strong, lightweight aluminum is part of the picture.
We can't wait for tomorrow. Alcoa can't wait.
The smile on your face is there because you know that your mouth tastes great. And it's nice when their teeth are getting strong and the clean in your mouth is Colgate.
Colgate is more than a brisk, clean taste. With regular brushing, Colgate's fluoride penetrates the surface of tooth enamel. Not this fast, but it gets in and fights cavities.
There's a twinkle in your eye when there's fluoride for their teeth, and the clean in your mouth is Colgate.
Well, there's our friendly little sign. LPGA Championship coming up.
A little while longer, they're going to add another word to that. Coming up next year. Now, we've got it tomorrow also, but we'll get to it. You're wondering, in extra inning ball games, the Yankees have a 6-win, 1-loss record. Kansas City, on the other hand, extra innings, 2 wins, 3 losses.
UL Washington. Washington has 2 base hits. Bunted down the first base line. It is a, what do they call it?
Fair ball.
Fair ball. Oh, we're going to have an argument.
The home plate umpire's call. Wait a second. Did he call it? He motioned in fair, didn't he? I thought.
Yes,
or
he
did
did.
he say foul? He had that arm extended in fair territory.
Let's see it. Mighty close, mighty close, mighty close.
He was right on touching the line, and Chambliss got his foot on the base. UL Washington argued he wanted it to be foul. You can see the first base umpire spin. It was not his call until that ball goes past first base. The home plate umpire, in this case, Ted Hendry, called it and called it properly.
It was good teamwork because that could have been one of those double decisions. One guy called it fair and the other one called it foul, but they worked together, and UL Washington is out. Chambliss unassisted. Here is Amos Otis. Otis has 1 base hit, scored a run in the 4th after he had singled.
Ooh,
he was going for downtown.
He had a pitch in his wheelhouse, too. Up nice and high, what he could get in the air.
So 1 strike to count on Amos Otis. Ron Davis is the pitcher.
Otis using a little bit of the Charlie Lau philosophy, who's now with the Yankees as batting coach. Take your time, think it out, don't get in too soon and waste the pitcher and at bat. Make sure you are ready.
One strike. Right back to Davis. So Otis will be an easy out. 2 up and 2 down. Let's pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
WDAF TV4, Kansas City, Missouri.
See the action on that sinker that Davis threw. I'd walk this next guy right here. I would not pitch to this guy right here. He's the kind of guy who's kind of gotten the flair for the dramatic, George Brett.
Well, he's picked up 7 points today in his batting average, Tony. He's up to 329. He got a big base hit in that 9th inning. Ball 1. He's always able to do what he has to do. If he has to drive in the run from first, he'll go long ball. Man in scoring position, back up the mid, and he'll be going for the downs here. Whoa. Way back, deep to center field. This ball game off the wall. Extra bases for Brett. He's going to get 3. He went for it.
Oh, man. Getting a standing ovation. Almost every hit he's gotten, as you mentioned earlier, this is the same thing. He's been behind on the count. He didn't quite pull it, but boy, what a beautiful swing he's got. Drills it about 410 feet away. Just misses by what, a foot, 2 feet? Turns it into a triple.
He does exactly what he has to do. With nobody on, 2 outs, he had to go for the extra base hit. He let out a notch to try to get the home run. He missed it by a matter of a couple feet.
Well, you see them both in Seattle, I gotta believe. The All-Star game, Brett and Nettles.
Oh.
I don't know which one's going to win the voting from the fans, but they're both going to be there.
Here's Al Cowens. It's a strike. Score is tied, 8 apiece. There are 2 outs. The winning run is on a third. George Brett, his 4th base hit. Now has 9 triples. Time is called. Cowens, 2 base hits his first 2 times up.
A lot of pressure on an infield because Cowens has speed. You know you've got to field it cleanly to throw him out.
Outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. What a ball game and what an exhibition George Brett has put on. Amazing, amazing display. He did all day what he had to do. Foul out of play. That ball in the deepest part of the ballpark, and I thought it was going to carry out of here. Came up, tied it in the ninth with a clutch hit. Ron Davis.
Brett against Baltimore hit for the cycle this year. 5 base hits.
Struck him out. Towns is out on strikes. That ends the inning, so we complete 11 innings. It's the Yankees 8 and the Royals 8. And 2 up for the Yankees. It'll be Chambliss, White, and Bucky Dent.
In your windshield is an invisible chemical called polyvinyl butyrol. This chemical, made by Monsanto, could save your life in an accident. No chemical is totally safe all the time, everywhere. But to make driving safer, we need chemicals like polyvinyl butyrol. That's why every new car sold in America has a laminated safety glass windshield. Without chemicals, life itself would be impossible.
Want high gas mileage? Come to Chrysler. Chrysler Corporation is #1 in gas mileage of the big 3. Of all conventional pickups with an optional V8 and automatic transmission, Dodge D100 has the highest EPA estimated gas mileage. Of all small pickups with a standard engine and optional automatic transmission, Dodge D50 has the highest EPA estimated mileage. Want a pickup with high gas mileage? Come to Dodge. Chrysler is #1 in gas mileage of the big 3.
Do you know me? In places like this, I'm not always recognized. That's one reason I carry the American Express card. It really comes in handy on vacations for hotels, car rentals, ski equipment, and tennis lessons. After all, man does not live by golf alone.
To apply for an American Express card.
Chris Chambliss and Roy White and Bucky Dent. I tell you, Tony, I'm just thinking here between innings about George Brett. It's great when you got a guy who you just feel not only can he do it, but knows what he has to do. And like in that spot, there was nothing. He had to go for the home run, and he came within an eyelash of getting the job done.
He can do a lot of things. Covers a lot of ground at third. He can steal you a base. He can hit and run. He's become a very quiet team leader. He's got a great sense of humor. What else is there? Good personality.
Good looks.
Single. A lot of hair.
Does commercials.
He can play is what he can do.
Marty Patton. Base hit to left field for Chambliss. That's let's see, 28 hits unofficially. Is that right? 27.
Chambliss had a pretty good day. Home run, walk, stole a base, lined out, doubled, singled.
So the leadoff man is on, and it brings up Roy White. They'll be looking for the bunt, and White can bunt. White today is 0 for 5. Score tied 8 apiece. Bunted foul, breaking ball, strike 1.
He bunts him. There's Jerry Narron. He came on deck. White gets him over. Narron, left-handed hitter, will probably be the pinch hitter for Bucky Dent. There he is. He's got a lot of power, that guy. Some long home runs in spring training.
1 strike pitch. Beautiful bunt. Patton's only play will be to first base. Terrell is covering. The sacrifice executed perfectly. Chambliss moves over to second base. And Narron will be the pinch hitter, and Galen Cisco has come out for the Kansas City Royals. He wants to talk to Patton to go over the strategy. Narron hitting at 222. No home runs, has driven in 2 runs. Narron is batting for Bucky Dent.
We've had somewhat of a record today, and walks out to the mound by either Herzog, Lemon, Cisco. Haven't seen Tom Morgan yet, the pitching coach from the Yankees.
Plowboy's out in the bullpen. Jerry Narin. Tiebreaker is on at second base. Chris Chambliss. Strike one, breaking ball. Marty Patton, a curveball.
Cisco's trip out was just to relay some information to Marty Patton and to Wathan how they're going to try and pitch Narin. They've probably never faced each other before. Patton wants an idea. Go fastball. Usually what Herzog and Cisco will do is tell the pitcher where a hitter's strength is.
Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. The lights are on, by the way. Came on between innings.
It's not that a pitcher will never go to hitter's strength. Once in a while, you might have to. See a hitter up there adjusting.
Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. It really boils down to which came first, the chicken or the egg. Do you pitch to the batter's weakness, or do you stay away from his strength?
I think most successful pitchers will stay with what they do best.
What got
Patton,
you here will keep
sinker
you here.
baller, changes speeds, a curve and slider. Another breaking ball, pull the string.
2 balls and 2 strikes now, 1 man out. Chambliss is still on at second base. We're tied at 8 apiece. We are in the 12th inning. This game seems like it started a week ago yesterday. A lot of base runners, 27 hits, 16 runs, a lot of action.
Well, he stayed with a breaking ball, didn't he? Threw some good curveballs to Narin. So that was the book. Don't give him the fastball to hit, and he didn't. A string of curves, and here's the last one. One of those that starts outside and just catches the outside part of the plate. They'll put Rivers on to pitch to the right-hander, Randolph. Starting to rain again. I knew I smelled something back about a half hour ago.
The umbrellas are coming out again. LPGA Golf hopefully will be coming up today. Definitely be coming up tomorrow, along with Sports World. Next Saturday, our game of the week, California at Detroit, Baltimore at Minnesota. So you check the listings in your area for the game that will be played in your town.
I think an interesting part of this ball game that kind of goes unnoticed. Really a couple of things. The job the home plate umpire's done is one. There have not been too much criticism of his calls. He's called a lot of pitches. And the other thing's the strategy on the part of these managers. They have made a lot of moves, and they've struggled with their pitching staff. Infield in, infield back, sacrifices, hit and run, steals. Quite a ball game filled with strategy.
And we're all tied at 8 apiece. Randolph waits. Chambliss will lead off second. Curveball is high, ball 1. Mickey Rivers is on at first.
Randolph's been on base, what, 4 times?
1, 2, 3, 4 times.
He's a good clutch hitter, too. This guy knows
3 times. There's a strike. Randolph bounced out third to first in the first inning, doubled and scored in the third, bounced out short to first in the fifth, walked and scored in the seventh, singled and scored in the ninth, and walked in the 11th. Red Sox beat Minnesota 12-6. A lot of home runs in that game. Curveball is a beauty. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Marty Patton.
He's really slimmed down. Came to this spring training in great shape. Took off about 10, 12 pounds. He's throwing better than ever. You can read the intensity in his eyes, can't you?
Marty Patton strikes out 2. in this inning, his third strikeout since he's come on in relief. And that ends the 12th inning. And the score, the Yankees 8 and the Royals 8. Porter, Watson, and Lecoq due up.
Hello, I'm Roger Staubach, bill payer. Marianne, I'm taking Jeff.
Great.
Let's go, Jeff. One bill we know we're going to reduce is our heating bill, thanks to our year-round one heat pump air conditioner from Carrier. It really will save us money on heat. And it will also give efficient cooling during the summer. Year-round help, just what a bill payer needs.
Call your Carrier dealer. We can't control the weather, but we can help you control its cost.
Every weekend, you go to war against an army of grass and weeds. To win the battle, you need the ultimate weapon, a Weed Eater brand trimmer. It mows, trims, and edges quickly and safely with nylon line. And our Tap and Go head extends the cutting line with a simple tap. So look for the Weed Eater brand, the ultimate weapon for people with better things to do than their lawn. See the yellow pages or call toll-free for your nearest Weed Eater dealer.
Shortstop, it's got to be Clay, doesn't it?
We've got a new shortstop. Fred Stanley has gone in to play shortstop for the Yankees. And there you see him, Chicken Stanley. And the Yankees have a new pitcher, Ken Clay.
This will be Clay's 16th appearance. He's 1 win, 1 loss. Does not have a save. It's 33 2/3 innings. Did a good job in last night's ball game when he came in. The Yankees have had their chances, Joe, in the 8th, 9th, 11th, and 12th innings of this ball game. They've left 2 on base in each of those innings. They've left 12 on in this ball game. Kansas City has left 9. 27 hits, 16 runs. For tomorrow, there are not going to be too many pitchers left. 9th pitcher in the game, Clay.
It'll be interesting to see what the score is in tomorrow's game.
Because Herzog doesn't even know who's going to pitch for him. With Splitter, Phil.
You'll just have to ask for volunteers. Pick up the phone, call a bullpen. Whoever answers starts.
Yeah, Bob Lemon's got Tion ready.
Darrell Porter, he had a home run in the 4th. It's low, ball 1. Porter hit into a double play in the 2nd, 2-run homer in the 4th, hit by a pitch and scored in the 6th. Center field, Mickey Rivers has plenty of room. 1 out. John Watson, he's had a good day. He bounced out 2nd to 1st in the 2nd, and then he singled to right in the 4th. And he tripled in the 6th, flied to right in the 8th, and doubled in the 10th. It's a strike.
Munson, White, and Dent have gone hitless in this ball game. Those that have started for the Yankees. A few hitters have had good days today.
Guys that have come out of slumps and guys that have gone into slumps today. 1-1 pitch outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. 1 out, nobody on. Score tied, 8 apiece.
In Kansas City, just the 9th spot has gone hitless. That's been Cruz, Braun, pinch hit Terrell. He pinch ran.
Right field, Piniella, plenty of room. There are 2 outs. Brings up Pete Lecoq. Lecoq walked in the 10th inning. He bounced out to the shortstop in the 8th. George Brett started at first base. High chopper. It's going to be a tough play. Randolph cannot make the play. It's a base hit. Well, Pete Lecoq, who worked out all winter at John Cole's trying to get a couple of steps on his speed, paid off. He got himself a base hit.
Hadn't helped his power. He hadn't hit a home run yet this year. But he's on.
He's looking for speed, and he got it. So he's on. And Jerry Terrell is the batter. Terrell is 4 for 10 on the year. High chopper. Willie Randolph flips to Chicken Stanley, and the force is on, and that ends the inning. So, at the end of 12 complete innings, the score here, Yankees 8, the Royals 8, and we're going to be right back after these messages from your local station.
Wednesday.
Here's laughing.
With Robin Williams, Frank Sinatra, James Garner, Flip Wilson, and Cindy Williams.
Sell my clothes, I'm going to heaven.
Laugh-In, followed by Zuma Beach, Wednesday.
Man by Jovan Aftershave Cologne. Woman by Jovan Cologne Concentrate. A generation of fragrances unlike any other. See for yourself.
Hillbilly Stoffel Ford. Hi, y'all. Why do we call him Hillbilly? Because he's up on the hill in Liberty. Why, he's got a whole hill of neighborly values like this. Right now, for a small amount down, you'll pay only $118.24 a month for a brand new 79 F100 half-ton pickup. That's only $118.24 delivered. See the flag on the hill at I-35 and 152 Highway, Liberty.
Hillbilly Stoffel Ford.
Most cards cost you. This one pays you. With PassCard Plus, you get daily compounded earnings higher than any regular savings account at any bank. Plus, cash discounts on shopping, dining, entertainment. Plus, use it days, evenings, even weekends at the many nearby Milgram food stores and Save Mart foods to make deposits, withdrawals, or cash checks. For earnings, discounts, and Convenience Plus, ask any of these savings associations about
PassCard Plus.
it pays you.
It's a lot more, little card.
More and more 4-H clubs today are developing programs of interest to urban youth. In recent years, 4-H has expanded its activities to include automotive safety, photography, gardening, and a wealth of other innovative programs. If you'd like to become a 4-H member, your county extension office can give you complete information.
WDAF TV4, Kansas City, Missouri.
Johnson will lead it off for the Yankees in the top half of the 13th. For Thurman, it's been a long 48 or 24 hours. 10 innings last night, 12 tonight. Please don't call him for the dance. And he is all for 24 hours. He's been to bat 10 times. He's hit the ball hard. He scored a run in the 3rd inning after he walked. Center field, they're going to get him again. Amos Otis is waiting. Munson is out.
Munson is really dragging. Well, due to the length of our ball game today, the LPGA Championship will not be seen today, but you'll get a chance to see the finals tomorrow, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, followed by Sports World. And we hope we're enjoying this ball game. We are.
Here is Lou Piniella. Pinella's had a big day. 3 base hits, 4 RBIs. They've been able to get him the last 2 times. Marty Patton pops him up. Washington at shortstop calling for it. 2 up, 2 down, 2 pitches.
Both Munson and Piniella went up there looking. You could almost tell for breaking balls. They each got them, but Patton's breaking ball has been so good today that they both popped it up. Didn't quite get it. Both hit on the end of the bat.
Fans really needling Piniella as he goes back. Greg Nettles is the batter. Greg Nettles.
Here's the guy that did it last night for the Yankees in the 10th from the home run off Rodriguez.
Straight away center field. Amos Otis comes in. 3 pitches, 3 outs. The Yankee bus must be double parked outside because they tried to end it in a hurry. 3 pitches, 3 outs. We go to the bottom half of the 13th. It is New York 8, Kansas City 8.
For higher gas mileage, come to Chrysler. Chrysler Corporation is #1 in gas mileage of the big 3. When comparing models with standard engines and transmissions, Chrysler has 12 that top Toyota Celica in estimated miles per gallon, 4 that top Ford or GM's best mileage car, 5 that top gas engine Rabbit, and nobody has more models with estimated 25 miles per gallon than Chrysler. Want higher gas mileage? See your Dodge or Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Nancy Hamilton will cross our path 8 times today. We're S-Mark. We own the companies that supply her peanut butter and turkeys, rubber gloves, and baby nursers, fertilizer, oil filters and motor oil, gasoline. We're S-Mark, a big company with a big stake in Nancy Hamilton and in you.
My professional Nikon and I made history last year. Now my new Nikon, the EM, is making history. Simple to use, easy to afford. Just focus. If the light's bad, it beeps. Just turn this till it stops. Got it. The new Nikon EM. Affordable and practically foolproof.
Why just buy a camera when you can buy a Nikon?
So here we go. Ken Clay, good crowd on hand here. It started out, there were 38,025 paid. Most of them still here, but I see some empty seats now. Mama had dinner ready, and some of the guys had to take off.
The roast is overdone for those that stayed. Nettles in tight at third. Chambliss creeping in with Wilson's speed.
Left center field. Let's see who's going to go out. Nobody.
Inside the park, it might be.
We may have it inside the Parker. Around second. Kicking for third. They're going to try scoring. Here he plays. Ball game's over. Oh, boy. Did he go?
Oh, was he flying? There's been time this year. We'll look at it again from first to third in 10-2, which is outstanding. He didn't even start out fast. He thought the ball might be caught, but when it gets into the gap, he really opens it up. White and Rivers look at each other. Wilson, about this time, is rounding second. Hiller waves him on home. Here it is again. The ball bounds, gets by the boat, hits the slippery turf, goes all the way to the wall. And Willie Wilson might have just set a record, Joe, from home to home.
Man, I tell you, I'd love to have a gun on him.
Cutoff man was overthrown by White. They overthrew Dent, and there goes Wilson with an inside of Parker to end this exciting ball game. They won him out. He's come back out. Willie Wilson just asked back out in the dugout by the fans, and he came out and waved the hat.
There he is, a happy young man. He's got the ball that he hit. And the Kansas City Royals defeat the New York Yankees in 13 innings. The final score, Kansas City 9, New York 8.
A promotional fee has been paid to NBC by United Airlines. United serves more of this land than any other airline. Fly the friendly skies.
Well, one of the most exciting plays in all of baseball, the inside the park home run, ended this in the 13th inning. Ken Clay in relief. The starters, Gore and John, were long gone. Clay in relief, touched for an inside the park home run, as you see, leaping across. Willie Wilson, and Kansas City defeats New York 9-8. So stay tuned now for most of these stations for nightly news.
Ponch loses his new car to his new girl.
My car's been stolen.
It's an all-girl car theft ring, and Ponch and John are out to bust them on Chips tonight.
Come on.
buying the beer tonight. Let's take turns. I'm on that side.
Bush.
Sunset, the time of day when you don't just reach for a beer. You head for the mountains. Bush.
Don't waste gas. A principle behind every Toyota. Like the Corolla two-door sedan, the lowest price Toyota. Like all Toyotas, it's built with a clean running engine that energizes every penny's worth of fuel cleanly, and most important, efficiently. The Corolla's a heck of a car for our energy concern times, or if you just hate waste on general principles. Toyota, hey, when you got it, you got it.
How much do you think an air conditioner tune-up can save you this summer? It corrects money-wasting problems like poorly lubricated fans and motors, a low refrigerant charge, dirty filters, and condenser coils clogged with leaves and grass. An air conditioner tune-up by a trained serviceman can save you up to 20% on your cooling costs. Tune up your air conditioner and save.
WDAF TV4, Kansas City, Missouri.
From Channel 4, this is Action News.
Good evening, I'm Dick Creighton. Last night, 400 people were evacuated from an area of Eastern Independence that was rocked by a series of explosions. 14 houses were damaged by the fires that resulted. Barry Morris was back in that neighborhood today to prepare this report.
For the victims of yesterday's fire and explosions, it was a day of picking up the pieces and trying to put lives back in